I was saying, because, like,
One minute to air. The live stream has started.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Good evening, good evening. I'll ask our television audience to be
Recording in
with us.
progress.
Good evening, Durham, North Carolina. I'm going to ask our television audience to be patient with us for a second. We have a very large and very successful football team who's in the house with us tonight. So we're trying to make sure that they get seated before we get started. It's Eagle night tonight in the chambers. For more than one thing, too, we have students here, and we also have the NCCU football team here tonight. So welcome to our city council meeting here in Durham City Hall on Monday, February 6, 2020 at 7 p.m. We welcome all of those Eagles out there joining us and others tonight here in Chambers, and we welcome everybody who's joining us on the internet here as well. We will ask for a moment of silent meditation at this time. All right, thank you so much. I'll turn up my attention to my colleague, Councilwoman Deidreana Freeman, who will have a couple of words about this special month and then will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I am so grateful to be here this evening and honored to present something that's been shared at our Environmental Affairs Board meetings, and it's really just a recognition of land and labor and how this country's been formed, and so I'll just start by reading. Today, in all days we are given on this land, we would like to offer recognition and respect to the indigenous culture of Durham and North Carolina, our past, present, and future stewards of this land. Today, we meet on the traditional lands stewarded by the Catawba people, currently served by the Lumbee, Tuscarora, and Shakori tribes, previously served by the Occaneechi-Eno and the Ashadori tribes. We honor those who knew this land, and we hope to know this land as a sacred and living entity. These are Lakota thoughts. And I want to just share on the labor side, we acknowledge that Durham has been built and developed on wealth extracted from the labor of enslaved Africans and their ascendants who suffered the horror of the transatlantic trafficking of their people, chattel slavery, and Jim Crow. We are indebted to their labor, their sacrifice, and we must acknowledge the tremors of the violence throughout the generations and the resulting impact that can still be felt and witnessed today. In addition, we honor and celebrate those who have fought and are fighting for racial justice for us all. And as we move forward to the Pledge of Allegiance, I just want to make sure that I center all of those thoughts and acknowledging how we end up at this space in this time, even during Black History Month. It's important to just acknowledge where this land comes from and who labored on it. And I'll stand and salute the flag as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
I am present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, we have a couple of special ceremonial items tonight. It is my honor to welcome our Chancellor here from the greatest university in the entire United States of America. I am a double eagle, so I get to say that. North Carolina Central University, their football team and their coach. And I'm going to ask if the fellow Eagles who are up here on the dais would join me down front. No. Okay. Chancellor Akinleye, if you and your staff and your football team, I want the audience, if you all could just stand so that the audience can see you all. Can you all pan the audience to see the football team and the staff, all the Eagles, all Eagles? What a momentous occasion. When I saw your coach on the field, he looked so much like a player. I'm like, and there was some music playing, and I don't know what we were talking about. I was looking at him, I was like, "Are you the DJ?" Coach Oliver looks so looks so young. It was just amazing to me that he's done this for as long as he has done. But all three of us will be saying a little bit tonight. Our professor will be standing because she'll be saying something later. But I'm gonna turn it over to Councilman Williams to begin us.
Eagle Pride Amplified. And tonight, that is what we are. It's great to see you guys here as also a double eagle. So let us be proud for what we've done here. You guys are amazing. So here's our proclamation to you all. Whereas North Carolina Central University, NCCU, is one of America's leading historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, and is an integral part of the very fiber of Durham as a strategic partner of the educational, economic, and cultural advancement of the city. And whereas the North Carolina Central University football team won the 2022 HBCU national title for the fourth time in NCCU's history, after topping Jackson State University 41-34. And this is in the Cricket Celebration Bowl in overtime inside a sold-out Mercedes-Benz Stadium with millions more watching on television. And whereas this year's 10-2 squad became just the third team in NCCU history to reach double-figure triumphs, head coach Trey Oliver has been part of all three, serving as assistant coach on the 2005 and 2006 when I was head drum major, and Whereas junior quarterback Davius Richard, the Celebration Bowl offensive MVP, completed 15 of 20 passes for 175 yards and a touchdown, while adding 97 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground, including the game-winning 1-yard run in overtime.
And whereas junior safety Khalil Baker, the Celebration Bowl's defense MVP, collected the team's best 10 tackles. And whereas the team's other accomplishments this season include 17 Eagles earning all Mid-Eastern Atlantic Conference football team honors, and Trey Oliver selected as the MEAC Coach of the Year. After winning the HBCU National Championship, NCCU earned its highest football championship subdivision, top 25 national ranking at number 17 in the American Football Coaches Association's coaches poll. And whereas collectively, this team will long be celebrated for its excellence, long be celebrated for its excellence. Athletic prowess, an enormous sense of pride it brought to alumni, fans, and the larger community of North Carolina Central University. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby salute Coach Trey Oliver, Chance Logan Lane, all the football team members, staff, and the members of this community. The 2022 North Carolina University football team for winning the HBCU national title, and do hereby present them the key to the city of Durham, witness my hand and corporate seal of the city of Durham for this 6th day of February 2023.
Good evening. On behalf of North Carolina Central University, our Board of Trustees, our staff and faculty, and indeed our student athletes and this entire team, and of course, our head coach, Trey Oliver, it is my pleasure to be with you this evening, and it's my pleasure to say thanks to our esteemed mayor, Mayor Elaine O'Neill, to Mayor Pro Tem, and to these distinguished council members. I cannot say enough about how we feel tonight because of your expression of love, appreciation, and support for the greatest university on earth and the greatest football team on earth. We thank you for your invitation for us to receive this special honor, and we want you to know we deeply, deeply thank you for your support and your partnership of our institution and for what you do on a daily basis to give us the representation that we need, not just from the council, but from the entire citizens of the city of Durham. So on behalf of all of us, we accept the proclamation and we thank you dearly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chancellor. First of all, I'd like to thank Chancellor for giving me an opportunity. I've coached a long time, and he was the only one that believed in me and gave me the opportunity to lead a football team. So I'm forever indebted with him. For all you all up here, I thank you all for acknowledging us. I wonder why The mayor didn't bring everybody down, but Pro Tem Middleton found out he was an Aggie, so they didn't want him down in the picture, guys. So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And that was a true story. Mayor O'Neill did think I was a DJ at the pep rally in the stadium. But no, again, this is a special moment. I took a red eye this morning back from Las Vegas from a conference just to make sure I could be here because obviously it's very important for us. And these guys deserve all the accolades and all the credit they can get. And I say it all the time. I didn't score any touchdowns and I don't call the plays. So my coaching staff and the players deserve all the credit. And you know, we have a great team, great group of guys, and I can't say enough about them. We're in the community, and we try to pay everything forward. So this past week, our community service project was Cards for Cancer, and our guys, I think we wrote over 100 cards to the Children's Hospital for young boys and girls that were diagnosed with cancer. Weeks previous, we've been visited Fayetteville Street Elementary School, W.G. Pearson, Shepherd, one more, Sid. Neal Miller School is coming up. So we stay busy in the community because our motto here is truth and service. So, you know, with everything that we get, we try to pay it forward and try to touch the community. And you never know. These guys walk into the school and they think that we LeBron James and everybody else. So it's just good to see those little kids' eyes light up. But again, thank you for the city. You know, the city and North Carolina Central has always been one. And since I was in school from 94 to 98, you know, it was always a great partnership, and we want to keep this thing moving. So the guys, they get all the credit, but like my grandma say, you can't love them too much and tell them how great they are because they're going to start smelling themselves. All right, so we got to put this thing behind us, and we're ready to move on so we can get ready for the 2023 season. But again, thank you all for having us. I know a couple of the guys, a couple of guys were asking about were they feeding us tonight. So we'll get you back, Seth. We're going to get you something to eat, big fella. But again, thank you all for having us, man, and Eagle Pride.
Eagle Pride Amplified. Thank you, Dr. Page. Thank you, Dr. Emmons. Thank you all. That's my council. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. Thank you, Dr. Page, for being here as well. Reverend Page and Dr. Emmons, thank you all so much. To Councilwoman Hosey Hyman, and she has visitors tonight too, if you want to make sure you introduce them. Want to take a photo? Okay. Come on, all guys, all the football team. Yes, yes, so we can see you. Our scholars and our athletes, that's all right. You got the key, they got the key.
It's pretty.
Wow. Champion. Look at that. Council, we might have to stand up. Y'all stand up. Yeah, all us be on picture.
Put me on your shoulders.
Look. No, I'm gonna do it. Where's the kid? Who's taking it?
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to our residents, to my colleagues. I will be reading the Proclamation Honor Month for our mayor, Mayor Elaine O'Neill. Whereas our daily lives are filled with news regarding inequality, discrimination, violence, misinformation, often causes feelings of self-doubt, uncertainty, and fear. And whereas many daily activities uphold our values, examining the past so that history does not repeat itself, moments of tenacity and shared experiences of community members go unnoticed and not celebrated. And whereas by recognizing the need to honor ourselves, actually teach history no matter who makes it uncomfortable, all members of our community will make aware of the importance of practicing honor. And whereas the purpose of Honor Month is to remember that while examining the past, we can comfortably, by acknowledging our history, we are honoring those who come before us, creating opportunities for a future that values diversity and inclusion. We remain committed to our greatness and our powerfulness of our community. And whereas when we remain firm in our values and examine our past, we can better recognize growth and conceptualize the gap and opportunities for advancement for all people. And whereas we are extraordinary, and we all have different paths that allow us in our strengths and courage in numerous ways. And whereas we should be resilient in our quest for knowledge, honor, and preserve our history, and to be authentic to ourselves so that we are creating opportunities that enable Durham to be a welcoming, inclusive, kind, safer, and more secure place to live, work, play. And whereas the city of Durham honors those who positively impact our community and our world, regardless of age. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, the mayor of the city of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Honor Month in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to participate in engaging and extending grace, practicing patience, spearheading kindness and respect, and consideration for others at all time. Witnessed by my hand and the corporate seal of the city of Durham, this 6th day of February 2023, Mayor Elaine M. O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosey Hyman. We all try to operate in honor and integrity every single day, but you know, we're human and it's hard. But I would ask that you take special note of that as an attribute that we should all strive for each and every day, and that is to live with purpose and honor. We now turn to our announcements, and I will turn to our colleagues. Of course, again, tonight, we're going to continue the tradition of passing around the responsibilities, so we'll have announcements, and I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem, who will read the agenda and carry us through that part, and then you'll see us go back and forth as to our public hearings tonight. We'll have a little bit of, everybody will do a little bit of conducting this meeting. I kind of like to do that, but I will carry us through the announcements, starting with Councilwoman Hosey Hyman.
Good evening to our residents, again to my colleagues. I would like to make a couple of announcements. First, I had the honor last week to be at R.N. Harris Elementary School, Principal Middleton Brown, and also with Mr. McNeil, who is the founder and executive director of Sidekick, and Mr. Graham Webb, who's the chief of staff. And I had the honor to be with about 60 young people when they were learning how to do Taekwondo. They were so focused, they were organized, and I also explained to them like who I was and what City Council does. And then I had a little chat with them, and I want to share that with you. So I asked these kids who are from kindergarten to 5th grade, I asked them, what do you love about Durham? And they said the grass, they said the trees, and they said ice cream. And then I said, what don't you like about Durham? And I'm going to say this again, what don't you like about Durham? And this resonated with me. Gunshots, kidnappings. I have to hide under my bed or in the bathroom when I hear shots, or I can't go outside to play. So I'm asking my colleagues on the City Council to continue to use creative ways to fight for safer communities in Durham, because it's not just about us, it's about generations for the future. We have an opportunity as colleagues to work together to come up with solution-focused strategies and to use this as a platform to do good and not to highlight our own personal political agenda. So I'm calling that to action for us to work together. The second thing I want to announce is that I have the honor of being a professor at the North Carolina Central University in the MSW program, where I, this semester, am teaching 3 sections. Did I say 3? 3 sections of leadership, community, and practice. I have 75 students, and they have the opportunity to do a leadership project. The first part of that project is to assess their own leadership skills. The second part of that project that is due next week on February 20th at 11:59, they have to assess a community leader. So I'd like my students who are literally watching, and 75 of them, all of them didn't want to come tonight, but I do have some that are just extraordinary students who are here tonight. I'd like you to stand up, and so I can recognize you, my MSW candidates for 2023. And I am so happy that they are here tonight. Actually, also one of our MSW students, Lucas, is one of the first interns in our HEART program. And so I am so happy that social workers at NCCU who will be graduating in May are learning about community practice and community government. So I want to say thank you and just welcome again. And remember, it's due 11:59 on when? Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Any other announcement? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, everyone. It was a great day already here at City Hall with all of our friends from the Central football team. They've been on a victory tour, so I'm glad they got to come be here with us tonight. I also had an opportunity to hang out with some of the youth in the community last week to kick off Black History Month. Welcome to Black History Month, everybody. I read a really cute story to a 2nd grade class at Burton Elementary. And reading to kids is really one of my favorite things to do in this job, having the opportunity to meet with our young people. And I also asked them similar questions about, what is there anything, and I tell them, like, I don't just represent your parents, I represent you too. Is there anything, that you want from this community? So really helping kids to feel empowered and engaged in their local government is really exciting. And I love the kid version of comment, not a question, far more than the adult version of a comment, not a question. Because they'll be like, I have 2 dogs. It's really nice. Anyway, kids are great. I also wanted to highlight just a little bit of the conversation that's been going around in the community lately about the HEART team, our crisis response team here in Durham. I was able to join folks from Durham Beyond Policing a few days ago at a rally outside City Hall to advocate for more funding for the HEART team in this year's budget, and have also submitted a budget request to the city for more funding for the HEART team. And the vision behind that is to make sure that this, that anybody in the city who needs these services can access them 24/7 citywide. And I look forward to continuing to have discussions with my colleagues as we move through the budget cycle about the work that it'll take to realize that vision. But I know that everybody up here on this dais is committed to making sure that that alternative response is available for our residents, and was excited about the launch of the HEART team and has seen the success. And so I think that's going to be an exciting ongoing conversation for us to have up here. There's been a little bit more attention on Durham lately because of the police killing in Memphis, where our former police chief is current chief, and because we have this program, that is designed to make sure that we provide the right response to our residents, not just a police response to every 911 call. And so there's just been a lot of media attention, and I hope that doesn't, when these things happen, we tend to get a lot of media attention, but as I tell the press and as I tell folks all the time, this isn't a new problem. This is something that we've been working on in Durham for a long time. And I value the attention because I think it, gets more people engaged and people learn about the issue. But I want us to stay focused on what we're trying to do in our community. We have a program, it's going really well. We can continue to expand that program. And I hope that we'll, continue to have constructive conversations about moving forward that in this budget cycle. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Johnson. Looking to my right now to see if you all have any announcements. Did you have any, Leah?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Per the previous comments, thank you both for your comments on that, colleagues. It feels really good, actually, to the leadership that Chief Davis is doing in Memphis right now is we can appreciate that it has some Durham on it and setting a blueprint of how there should be internal police accountability. And you all are going to hear a lot about public safety, and it just feels good to be in a city where we're working to provide a model of, good public safety. And I look forward to supporting the expansion of the HEART program as needed. I look forward to, ensuring that we do have police officers that are, caring about the person first. I'm excited and look forward to the legislation that we're asking for, where residents could actually work with the police department to file reports rather than an armed officer having to go. I look forward to, looking to see what the technology is for ShotSpotter and looking how it'll be effective. If not, then we'll get rid of it. And all of the other things that we are doing, I think that Durham is a model of what we call progressive public safety, and it's important that we build on that. I also spent a lot of time with the kids, as I always have been, and kudos to the young folk that are in the Sidekicks Academy who elevated their belt color this past weekend. And congrats to Fayetteville Street Elementary for joining the Sidekicks Academy. Congrats to all of the mentoring programs. There are so many folks that are doing amazing work in this city. And that is our biggest, for the record, that is our biggest and most robust response to public safety, youth engagement, getting them involved early, and that's where we should really put our focus. Lastly, I do want to recognize someone here tonight. I guess this is a night about NCCU. Because not only do we have students here, we just had the football team here, but I am finally hiring my first intern. And it's been over a year, and we finally got that situated. So, Mr. Jordan, would you stand up, please? This is Quentin Jordan. I love everything about him, except the fact that he's an Omega and I'm an Alpha, but that's all, it's all love. I haven't met anyone as hungry as him and ready to work with me, so welcome aboard, and I look forward to all of the things we're gonna do together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. I'll turn to my Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening to you and to my honorable colleagues, to everyone in chamber and watching. Happy Black History Month to everyone, and what a fantastic night of just recognition for greatness of NCCU and by extension greatness of our city. Really great night to be in chamber, and Your Honor, thank you so much for your focusing on different virtues each month. I really have enjoyed that, and acting honorably, I think in particular, is a great one to focus on during the month of February. So our nation, of course, is still reeling from the images we witnessed from Memphis. And we're still, some of us are still grieving as Brother Tyree Nichols was laid to rest last week. And it invited important conversations for us to have as a nation. And I'm glad that in Durham, and I want to thank Councilmember Johnson for highlighting that we have always been looking at those things in Durham, and it's ongoing work. Racial disparities in traffic stops and in policing have persisted in our country for a long time. That's not the headline. But this issue has drawn some attention to it, and I think that's good. But I want to be clear about the type of attention we should bring to it. Firstly, colleagues, I'm requesting and asking that we have the administration and management, next time Chief Andrews, is before us, to get briefed. And it probably would be a good primer for our residents and citizens as well, briefed on Durham's use of specialized teams and our deployment posture as a police department. It'd be good to hear that. and what our teams look like and the type of teams we deploy. And I know there's been talk in the media about that. That's a good thing. Here's what I'm concerned about. There is a movement that organizes against policing, but policing as a composite, an amalgam of the worst case scenarios of police forces all over the country, mash it together and call it policing. And then we try and govern as if that composite fits all scenarios. I am first and foremost a Durham elected official. That's my focus. And it's important that we do not conflate what's happening around the country or in Memphis with the Durham Police Department, which is our responsibility. The numbers and particularities and specificities of our department, it would behoove us as Durham elected officials to govern according to that. We are not Memphis. We are not Ferguson. We are not Chicago. We are not LAPD, the Rampart Division in the 80s. We are Durham. And as Durham issues come up, we should respond to them accordingly. I will engage in a conversation always to address issues of racial disparity, but here's what I will not abide. I will not have our employees attacked, municipal employees, city employees attacked in forms in which they cannot respond because of power differential, because of all other kind of dynamics. Our org chart and our city employees are not props. They're not backdrops for drama because an election may be on the horizon or there may be national talk about something. It is important that we firewall our employees from political machinations, particularly when they can't fight back, and particularly in the context outside of these walls, outside of this room. They work for us. They're city employees. Let's talk policy all day long. If we got to go at it, let's go at it with people whose names are actually on the ballot, not who get W-2s for working for the city. Our police department is not the Memphis Police Department. Our water department is not the Jackson, Mississippi Water Department. We have to govern according to Durham particularities. So I look forward to staff coming back and our city getting a primer on Durham's particular use of specialized teams and deployment strategies and what we can do better in Durham, as we've always been doing. But let's be clear, and I want to echo something that Sheriff Burkhead said at the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People annual meeting with respect to the responsibility and conduct of those officers. He said, not in our city. Knock on wood, and we pray to God that it would never happen, that it wouldn't. Criminals with badges are going to be a problem in whatever configuration you put them in, whether they're community engagement officers, whether they're inspectors, whether they're just driving around in regular patrol cars, whatever the configuration is, criminals are a problem, and our vetting has to remain strong. Our screening has to remain strong when we hire these officers. But let's be clear, there are some lessons to be learned, but I will not sit by as a spectator and allow city employees to be used as fodder for political machinations. Let's do what we need to do in the city. God bless the memory of Tyree Nichols. God bless Durham. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Looking to Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to appreciate all of my colleagues' comments as well. And just want to add to that I do want to note that regional matters have impact. And so just acknowledging the loss of a life in Raleigh, North Carolina due to the tasing of Darrell Tyree Williams does call up questions. And I do want to appreciate Mayor Pro Tem making the request, and I want to second that request and making sure that we do bring our chief forward and at least ask some questions and just make sure that we're all on the same page about what we're doing here in Durham and how we can support others and what's happening across the region, just as we do with water. I also want to thank our NCCU football team for winning the Celebration Bowl and sharing that great and awesome work around making sure that they're getting out in the community. And the reason that they get out beyond their four walls or the campus of North Carolina Central is because everyone has impact. And just know that them walking into that classroom with those students has impact. So does all of the things. They're all impactful. We felt what happened in Memphis, I get it. And I want to make sure that we're responsive in a way that is measured to what we have going on here. I will say that I did want to say that the acknowledgments that I read from the Environmental Affairs Board, I do want to give the sources for that information and references, so to speak, in case anyone else wanted to see that language. For the labor side of it, it was Dr. Terrell T.J. Stewart, the Assistant Professor of Higher Education and Student Affairs at Iowa State University. And then for the indigenous lands, it was the reefusa.org. Pretty much their organization has been putting together language like this for a long time. And I want to say happy Black History Month. I would also like to add, I really did appreciate the timing of the Black History Month parade this year, because I felt like as a country and as a state and as a region, we have seen a lot of harsh and hard things. And it was a chance to celebrate what is Black history and what is Blackness in our community. I want to say I do have my red, my black, and my little bit of green. You can barely see it, but I got it on today, just over that maroon and gray. But I think it's important that we realize that everything has impact, and those impacts can be harmful or they can be helpful. And I want to make sure that we're being helpful, and that means being in community together, having conversations, and keeping it moving along, because we can be innovative and creative, but we can also be toxic and terminal. So in that, I will close by saying, I look forward to what comes next. I know that our budget season is upon us, and there'll be a lot of conversations that'll go in every direction. But I think it's important for all of us to follow it and to kind of get to the end of what it is that people mean by what they're saying, rather than just going with kind of headlines or, conjecture. So it's important to hear what people are saying, because it is impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Freeman. Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's been a good meeting so far. Lots of things to celebrate, including Black History Month. I just wanted to let folks know, since many folks have mentioned our budget process, that our first budget retreat is Friday. Oh, I lost it. I'm sorry. Friday, February 17th. We are in person this year, back in the Department of Social Services, where we've gone historically, which is on Main Street. I think we usually, I know we definitely record. Hopefully we'll be streaming this year, but everyone, it is a public meeting. It is where we often start engaging in the long public conversation around the budget, which will not end until June, when we have to pass the budget by June 30th. And then we have a second retreat in March, same thing. It's the first initial conversations. It is open to the public, just like any other public meeting that the City Council holds. And so I hope folks pay attention and engage, and if you can't be there the day of or you can't watch, that you follow up afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to say happy Black History Month, and again, go Eagles. I'm Eagle Pride Amplified always. We had such a great weekend this weekend. It's been a very busy time here in the city, but good things on Saturday night. Some of us celebrated with the Greater Durham Black Chamber and honoring Dr. Desiree Palmer and Attorney Butch Williams. Just want to give a shout out to those business owners who've been around a long time, and we had a great time there. Early in the day, some of us participated in the Black History Parade that went down Fayetteville Street, which was really, really good. So we had a good time with that, and just a lot of good things going around in Durham. I'm going to make a couple of comments about the Memphis situation. I have been in contact with Chief Davis out there a couple of times, and we're just kind of keeping her lifted. But this afternoon, I had an interesting meeting that I told the young lady I would highlight, that I am going to ask that she be included as a presenter in our deep dive housing, and her name is Samantha Kropp. And I believe she also met with Councilwoman Freeman this afternoon and she is the Neuse River Keeper from Sound Rivers, Inc. And she had a lot of interesting things to tell me today about the Lick Creek watershed, which we've been hearing a lot about. And so I asked her if she would come and present to the council. She's been actually taking, I guess, water quality testing, doing that every other week now for about a year almost. So she'll have some interesting things to tell us, and I just wanted to highlight her and her coming with the information. So stay tuned. We're becoming more and more educated, at least I am, about complex issues as we try to figure out how we are growing our city. I also do want to take the opportunity to express my sorrow to the Nichols family and so many others around the country. It's like one of these unfortunate and just ugly deaths happen. I have a little bit of PTSD because it takes me back to my period as a judge for 24 years here in this city and across this state. Just the criminality of a lot of things. But as one who had to judge our police and all of our law enforcement officers in a lot of different ways in the courtroom for over 24 years and had the opportunity to go out of this city in about 25 or 30 different counties, I rest assured at night within myself that we have not had a lot of the issues that you've seen nationally with our departments. Both of our sheriff's department and our police department have been CALEA accredited, and I stood on that in that commission for a number of years, along with, that's where I met Deputy City Manager Keith Chadwell, who was also a commissioner with CALEA, and they're the accreditation agency that really accredits police officers all over the world. And our two departments here, way back in the day, they were front runners in being accredited by that organization. And it is not an easy process. It calls for you to go on a self-analysis for about a year, and then you come back and you have teams that come in and vent your organization policy-wise, and they try to make sure that you're practicing what you preach. And I think a lot of our professionalism was already in place. When I was a part of that, I was asked to be a part of that by former chief, also homegrown. Durham has a tendency also to put a lot of their homegrown folk in positions. So then Chief Jackie McNeil, also a boy, along with Steve Chalmers, also a homeboy. They never left Durham. We have lots of officers like that on the police force. I even know of a father and son team. C.C. Richardson and his son both have been police officers, and I think the younger Richardson is still a police officer here in Durham. So I got a chance to know a lot of these, and I had to judge their behavior on a daily basis. And I can tell you that we have fine police officers. And the thing that always struck me about the streets of Durham, because I'm from the streets too. I'm from the West End, I keep my street cred, and I just don't walk the walk, talk the talk. I walk the walk. So I'm out there talking with these young people still in black neighborhoods. I know Crips, I know Bloods, I know the ones over in South Side. Still know a lot of these folk, because I grew up alongside with a lot of them and their parents. And they have always, the streets have always been pointed when we had a bad apple or two. And it would get to the higher ups on the government side fairly quickly. And before you know it, before we would even had a chance to react in the court system, if it got to that level, the departments had already taken care of it. I watched it time and time again, because in any entity that large, you're gonna have bad players. That's in any entity, city government, county government, state government, your church, your family, there are gonna be bad actors. And so you're not gonna get that right. But what I do know, and what I believe and why I was a judge for 24 years in this state, in this city, in this country, is that we have a system of democracy and the way that we carry out the laws and cultural norms of our society, yes, they have been rooted in a lot of instances in racism and classism and all of those things, but the basic principle of democracy and how we do law enforcement in this country, I believe works. It just needs fine-tuning, as we all do. So I can tell you when I would go by that police department and I would see defund the police right in front where I know those hardworking men and women went every day, and a lot of them put their lives on the line, I felt for that. Because I knew at a time when I first got on the bench, we would go to Durham Tech's auditoriums for graduation, for Academy graduations, and we would have 30 to 40 cadets who were stepping up to the plate, who wanted to be police officers. And now today, in the last 2 to 3 months, we've had less than 10 who went through the process to become a police officer. That says something. Now it's not so much the money. It is somewhat of the money, but some of these movements have a collateral consequence. And the collateral consequence that I witnessed is that when I used to go to schools at career day, they want to be policemen and firemen. You can't find kids that want to do that anymore because that's a collateral consequence. It has almost become impossible to find people who want to be police officers. And every society that has laws has to have a way to have them enforced. And we have police officers and people who put their lives, their very lives on the line to do that. And not many of us would. So there are consequences that we're feeling today that our police department, they can't find people like we need to be police officers. But yet, at the end of the day, even those who are involved in gang violence will call the police when something goes wrong. What else you gonna do? And we might not have to call 911 as elected officials, but if something goes wrong and you need a police officer, you're gonna find a way to get them there, to your home. And I've seen that happen as well. So I say I am going to support law enforcement. And I don't think we have to do that at the expense of our community safety department. We can do both. So let us not demonize those who put a badge on and have in their heart the courage to go out there in those streets while we're sleeping at night and be willing to stand in line and take a bullet for us every single day. So I didn't mean to preach, but I've seen them every day. And I don't know that anybody else up here can say that they've seen police officers every day for 24 years and had to judge their behavior and came away saying, we've got a good thing going on in Durham, North Carolina with our law enforcement agencies. And I can say that. And I don't think it's that distant. I left the bench not too long ago, but it's been a minute. I would say that. But a lot of those people are still there, and they still very much want to protect our city. And so I'm standing with y'all, men and women in blue, and whatever the other color you have on. Now, okay, Mayor Pro Tem, it's on you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. With your permission, we'll move forward with the agenda. Good evening again, everyone in the chamber, to my honorable colleagues. At this time, I'm going to yield to the city manager for any priority items she may have. Good evening, Madam Manager.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor, and members of the Durham City Council. I do have 2 priority items for you this evening. Agenda item number 9, the Consolidated Annexation item 1110 Old Oxford Road. This item is being referred back to the administration's City County Planning Department. And finally, agenda item number 13, which is a Consolidated Annexation item, Mica Ridge, Attachment H, which is a utility vicinity map, has been revised, and it was also replaced with a new attachment, number H, which is a development map. Thank you, and that is all I have for you this evening.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Your items are noted, and no further action is required on the council, by the council on those items. I'm going to ask now, yield to the city attorney for any priority items she may have. Good evening, Councilor.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, Mayor O'Neill, and members of the City Council. It's good to see you all. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items tonight.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I'll yield now to the clerk for any priority items she may have. Good evening, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor O'Neill and City Council members. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items this evening.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to read into the record items on our consent. I'm actually going to read the whole agenda, but we'll start with our consent agenda. Items on our consent agenda are items that the council has already had opportunity to treat and have come before the council at a previous work session and can be moved with one vote collectively. However, any member of the public, any resident or citizen or member of the council may pull an item that they wish to speak on, and then we will consider that item at the end of the meeting after passing the consent agenda. I'll proceed now with the reading of the consent agenda. Item number 1, approval of city council minutes. Item number 2, December 2022 bid report. Item number 3, lease with the First Baptist Church of Durham, North Carolina, incorporated at the Cleveland Street parking lot number 38 for City of Durham employee parking. Item number 4, contract ST327C, pavement management services 2023. Item number 5, First Amendment to the contract between the City of Durham and Rubicon Global, LLC, for in-vehicle technology for solid waste collection vehicles. Excuse me. Item number 6, award of a construction contract to Pipeline Contractors, Inc. for the Old Chapel Hill Road at New Hope Creek Waterline Replacement Project. Under general business agenda, public hearings. Item number 10, Consolidated Annexation, Mockingbird Lane and Sherron Road. Item number 11, Consolidated Annexation, National Heritage Academies, Oak Grove Charter. Item number 12, Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Development Plan Revisions. Item number 13, Consolidated Annexation, Mica Ridge. That ends the reading of the agenda. I will entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion from Dr. Hyman and a second from Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Consent agenda is adopted. At this time now, we will turn to our general business agenda public hearings. The first item is item number 10, Consolidated Annexation. This is a public hearing, Mockingbird Lane and Sherron Road, and I will yield to my honorable colleague, Councilmember Johnson, to take us through this part of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We are, as the Mayor Pro Tem stated, this is item number 10, Consolidated Annexation, Mockingbird Lane and Sherron Road. This public hearing is a zoning item, and we'll go to our staff report.
Mayor O'Neill, Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening, I'm Andy Lester with the Planning Department. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with you. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Pam Porter of TMTLA Associates. This request is for 7 parcels of land totaling 21.16 acres and located at 1408 Sherron Road, 1564 and 1524 Pasture Lane, and 1417, 1411, 1419, and 1421 Mockingbird Lane. The annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits. The applicant is proposing to annex the properties to connect to city services and facilitate the construction of up to 125 townhouse units. The current zoning is residential rural and residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 5.908 to allow for the construction of up to 125 townhouse units. This request received a recommendation of approval from Planning Commission on July 12, 2022 by a vote of 10-1. The case was heard and continued at the December 5th, 2022 City Council meeting upon the applicant's request. The properties are currently designated low-medium density residential on the future land use map. The proposed plan development residential 5.908 zoning is consistent with the designation shown on the future land use map. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the future land use map. And as a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are here for any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the report from staff, and I would like to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Thank you. Seeing no questions, we will move to our public comments. I have 8 people signed up to speak on this item, 2 proponents and 6 opponents. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online who has indicated they would like to be heard on this item?
Not for item 10.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go first to our proponents. We have Neil Ghosh and Pamela Porter. And I'll give everyone 3 minutes, and you'll have the remaining time for rebuttal at the end, unless you need more time.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Pam Porter with TMTLA Associates, 5011 South Park Drive in Durham. Tonight with me, I've got Rick Baker with Timmons Group, Neil Ghosh with Morningstar Law Group, and Bill Harrell with Hopper Communities, the engineer, the attorney, and the developer for this project. Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. As Andy mentioned, just over 21 acres, and we're asking for a rezoning to PDR 5.908 for the development of townhomes. As you saw on your map, it's kind of an oddly shaped property, and that kind of leads to some of the items I'm going to discuss. The owner, over time, as property was put up for sale, bought it, which is why it's shaped sort of like a crab claw. Is what Councilmember Johnson said when we spoke to her a couple months ago. It looked like a crab claw. And there's 3 properties to the west of us that we tried to get to include as part of our annexation request. We reached out to those owners, and they did not want to be part of the annexation or our project. So unfortunately, our annexation does leave a couple donut holes, but we did reach out to those neighbors to try to get them to at least be part of our annexation, so we weren't leaving county land kind of in the middle surrounded by city, but we were unsuccessful. We had 2 neighborhood meetings, one on June 17th of 2021 and a second one on January 13th of 2022. And we feel that any of the concerns that the neighbors had at those meetings were adequately addressed at those meetings. We didn't walk away feeling like we had any really big outstanding issues. We received a 10-to-1 recommendation for approval at Planning Commission at the July 12th meeting. A couple of notable conditions, I'll run through these quick because I see the clock is counting down. We are committing to our construction entrance being off of Sherron Road, and this was a direct result of our neighborhood meeting. We're making some connections to adjacent neighborhoods, and they didn't want construction traffic going through their neighborhoods, so we've made that commitment. A minimum of 5% of the units will have stairless entrances as well as first floor main bedrooms and bathrooms. We're committing to a maximum block length of 600 feet. We are committing to a donation to the Dedicated Affordable Housing Fund of at least $62,500. We have made a commitment to subsurface rock blasting and testing as it pertains to projects in this area. We know that generally speaking, projects in this area may have had some blasting for them, and neighbors were concerned about that, so we wanted to add that. And that was a result of listening to some of the council meetings and what some of the neighbors were concerned about for those. So we went ahead and added a blasting commitment as well. A couple other commitments that we've added since we went to Planning Commission. We are going to commit to double silt fence as drafted in the soil and erosion control text amendment that's currently up.
You can have more time if you need it.
All right, thank you. I'm almost done. We're going to increase our donation to the Durham Public Schools from $2,500 to $22,000. When we were going through this process, the equation for how many students were going to be added changed. And we didn't realize that until right after we went to Planning Commission. So we went ahead and adjusted that donation because we felt that that was appropriate for this. We want to make sure that the appropriate donation is being made. And that is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Mr. Ghosh, did you plan to speak as well? Okay. Great. So we will move on to our opponents. Our first speaker is Pam Andrews. Welcome, Ms. Andrews. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody, and happy Black History Month. I also want to say directly to Mayor O'Neill, I do thank you for your comments tonight, for I was almost a widow at the age of 28 when my husband was a law enforcement officer and almost died in the line of duty. So I do thank you for your comments tonight. Usually we talk about Lick Creek, but tonight I want to talk about Little Lick Creek because these properties tonight will run into Little Lick Creek. Per the watershed assessment report from September of 2015, I'm going to quote, "The Little Lick Creek watershed represents another major watershed in the city of Durham. The city initiated the Little Lick Creek watershed project in early 2014 to address degraded water quality and aquatic habitat conditions in the creek, and to address the state water quality regulations for Falls Lake. Sections of Little Lick Creek have been on the North Carolina list of impaired waters, known as the 303D list, for low dissolved oxygen and high turbidity since 2008. The Little Lick Creek watershed drains into Falls Lake, which is regulated as a nutrient-sensitive water by the DEQ. In an effort to reduce pollution entering the lake, the state of North Carolina adopted special regulations called the Falls Water Supply Nutrient Strategy in 2010, also known as the Falls Lake Rules. These regulations require local communities to implement measures to reduce the annual load of nutrients to Falls Lake, which we know would prevent the toxic water algae blooms. Also in the document, the improving stormwater quality, minimizing the impact of stormwater runoff on the water quality and health of Little Lick Creek requires the city to address 2 aspects of urbanization, the new development and the existing development. A significant portion of the watershed is expected to be converted from agriculture and undeveloped land to residential and commercial land uses over the next 20 years. This was a 2015 document, so it was already predicting this was going to happen in the watershed assessment. In 2017, this creek had a D rating, 2018, a D rating, 2019, a D rating, 2020, we broke into a C, and 2021, there is no 2022 or 2023 data. The improvement stream restoration, the degradation of stream function can lead to a decline in water quality, degradation of in-stream habitat, and loss of aquatic species diversity. Grove Park is a perfect example. That 6,000 linear feet stream is costing $226.75 per foot to fix that and restore that stream. The HOA has had to pay $100,000 of the $1,360 million, $1,360,000. I'll get it right in a second. $1,360,500 exactly, to be exact. The time is now to protect our creeks that feed into Falls Lake. We need these 2 new amendments to be passed before more development is approved. To assess the effectiveness of these 2 amendments on the water tomato soup, again, we're asking for a comprehensive environmental study for our area, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Our next speaker is Ms. Donna Steinbeck. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you also have 3 minutes.
I'm going to get the chart set up. Okay. Hello, I'm Donna Steinbeck at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. Dear Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members, we have issues with the Mockingbird Lane and Sherron Road project development plan that have very few of the requests that are in the erosion amendment TC 220005. There is another new project in southeast Durham with bad environmental and planning metrics. I sent the metrics out last week to each member of the City Council. Meeting the minimum ordinances will not work in the Triassic soil. It has been proven that we still have massive erosion issues. This is why we need the new amendments, and the new amendments need to be proven unsuccessfully. To remedy this proposal, I have a few suggestions from the environmental matrix. The request that the blasting be given a 10-day notice to neighbors and that a schedule be set up. I did see in development text commitment 14 their adherence to the existing permit. I'd also like to request that if there are any or multiple violations, that a stop order be initiated, because these are very bad to the community members, and well testing has not been completed on a single site as it's supposed to have been. And that was in 2022 and this year. So request a 100-year stormwater management plan. No plan was identified in the documents. They mentioned that there was going to be a site plan, but that is too late to get public input and after this meeting. So part of the stormwater and erosion control is to have good stormwater management plans. We request improvements to the minimum metrics on the matrix. Impervious soil right now is at 24%, and that's the minimum, or actually the maximum, or the worst case scenario. The open space is at 17%, and that's the minimum. The tree preservation is at 17%, and that's the minimum. Again, we need better and with more metrics that reflect higher standards. We request a 100-foot buffer for the intermittent stream. There was a picture of the project that at the beginning, and we request 150-foot buffer for the perennial stream.
Thank you, Ms. Steinbeck.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam Williams. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Pam Williams, 2130 Adventure Trail, Durham, North Carolina. I am not against the development because it may be needed for the people moving into our area, but I have concerns about the proposed design at minimum standards where we have already impaired streams, major erosion control issues, mass grading issues, blasting issues, infrastructure issues. We are requesting additional commitments from development on Mockingbird project as follows. The streetscaping on the state roads have been inadequate and has destroyed the appearance of several roads and hardscape in suburban Durham. Right now, we have some locations where there's not a single tree or bush between the sidewalk and a house or a townhome. And we request a minimum of 30-foot with dense mixed vegetation along Sherron Road, such as 5909 Leesville Road project did, where they committed a 30-foot buffer with dense vegetation on September 6, 2022. Boundary buffers along the property lines. I request no clearing and grubbing within, we're requesting a 30-foot boundary along the property lines with no clearing and grubbing within a 20-foot natural boundary next to the property line, and preserve as many trees and then supplement as necessary. The remaining trees on the existing family homes have fallen due to grading up to the existing property line and of damaged roots. We request a 0.6 opacity dense vegetation along the property lines next to the existing single-family homes. Please see how Orchard Ridge on Sherron Road provided a dense coverage between the development and the existing family homes and farms where trees were not cleared. This development, Orchard Ridge, is next to Mockingbird Lane. Developers now clearing and grubbing and putting retaining walls within the boundary buffers and no natural boundary next to the existing single-family homes. And this has been done almost on every single development. Traffic. Traffic on Sherron Road and in this area is very congested. So we request a cumulative traffic study be done, with 24-hour counts to be conducted in lieu of all the piecemeal and only peak hour accounts that's done on for TIAs. This particular project, because it's only on 125 townhomes, did not require a TIA. In addition to the growing traffic, most TIAs grow the traffic at a 3%, which is normal, but this area surpasses normal growth. Attending a recent MPO meeting for US 70 corridor study, we found no support for the MPO's approach for a boulevard, and even bike riders were skeptical about having bikes on US 70.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Our next speaker is Tina Pearson. Welcome, Ms. Pearson. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of the City Council. My name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road in Durham. I just want to say, you know, this area used to be protected because it's in the water supply watershed of Falls Lake, and also because of the highly erosive Triassic Basin soils. In fact, there's actually a lot of studies. I have some in a bag if you were curious. The geology and the topography are difficult and tough to develop. You can actually ask some engineers about that. But if you think about it, you know, if this area is so hot, how come it didn't get developed a while ago? And part of that is the infrastructure, but part of it is because it's a difficult area to develop because of the soils and all the slopes, the streams, the creeks. And you really can't just like mass grade everything and dynamite without having major complications. And it's true, you know, Pam pointed out, taxpayers pay a lot of money. You know, the developers come and they develop, but then the taxpayers end up paying for stream restorations and stuff like that. It is literally millions of dollars that we pay. And so, you know, the message that I want to say is like, we can do better, because the truth is like people will sell their property and developers will buy property, but how do we do this better? You know, if you stop mass grading, the tree roots will actually hold the soil in place like it's supposed to. The land will filter out nitrogen and phosphorus like it does in nature. And the developers actually won't have to do so much blasting. So real sustainability isn't just a buzzword. My dad was actually in real estate, and he did some developments. And back then, you know, you cleared out for the roads, and then you just cleared where you were doing the structure. And it's so much better. And they're still doing that in some areas, like in North Durham. I mean, I'm sorry, North Raleigh, they're still doing that. So I totally realize, like, this is a complicated issue, and this is a complicated issue for you guys, too. And most important issues are. In the long run, we're all going to have to work together to figure out a solution, because people do need housing, and, you know, people are going to sell their land. It's just the way it works. But the mass grading, the dynamiting is causing problems with the environment and with the residents. So challenges give us the opportunity to do our best. Durham has the opportunity to be a leader in how developments are built, in which we honor the people, the trees, and the land. Thank you. Wow, I've got like 23 seconds. Oh yeah, so.
Yeah, you can keep 20.
So yes, Little Lick Creek is on the 303D list. And so I do hope you guys think about what I'm saying. I mean, it really is important to keep our lands protected and our streams. Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Freeman.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm happy to. Good evening, all. My name is Thomas Freeman. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham. My address is 1818 Southview Road, Durham, North Carolina. Good evening. Madam Mayor, before I'm into my time, but I want to thank you for your words of clarity regarding law enforcement in our nation, in our community. Thank you so much. I'll jump right into this. I've got a lot to cover. I don't do very well talking fast, but let me just share with you very quickly a study that took place. This is a Little Lick Creek Watershed Improvement Plan, It was conducted in 2016, and the plan was commissioned by the City of Durham. This is an excerpt from it. And in that, I'm reading from the Stream Restoration and Enhancement and Stormwater Control Measures retrofits. The price tag is $23,128,000. This is in your document from 2016. And this is before any of the projects began in the Little Lick Creek watershed. To date, there is 3,000 housing units, and the two that we're looking at tonight would bring that total to 3,585. This is a number that doesn't include any of that. I would propose that if investors, developers want to come to our community, here's the bill, let them foot it, let them clean this up, and not saddle the taxpayers of Durham with it. I'll share very quickly with you a number of very important studies, all commissioned by the city or city county regarding Little Lick Creek. I'll jump right ahead to another very important study, Little Lick Creek Local Watershed Plan, and it was conducted in 2006 by the UNRBA. And I'll jump right into it and say Little Lick Creek is on the 303D list of impaired bodies of water due to the creek's poor aquatic life and low levels of dissolved oxygen. Move right ahead to the Little Lick Creek watershed. Little Lick, it ain't so little. It's 20.8 square miles of drainage area, 20.8 square miles of drainage area. So it is a larger drainage area, and in fact, one of Durham's major drainage areas. Watershed land uses, residents of the Little Lick Creek watershed live in single-family, low-density neighborhoods. Impervious cover is widely accepted measure, 10%. The watershed is already at 12%. I wish I could go on. I hear the buzzer, but I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Our next speaker is Rebecca Freeman. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Freeman at 1818 Southview Road, Durham, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. I want to talk a little bit about schools, and I understand that the number has been changed, what is going to be contributed to the schools. On the plan, it was 54 students, and most developers have been giving $500 per student. So with the change to $22,000, I don't know what number of students that is for. I was going to recommend that it be $27,000 based on 54. So if it's more than 54 or less or whatever, it should be $500 per student is what many developers have been contributing lately. Two side notes that I wanted to ask about was that has Durham City Council ever considered an impact fee for infrastructure such as schools and all the other infrastructures needed for the developments instead of depending on the developer to contribute what they feel like they can? And the other thing is that, and I wanted to note that Durham Public Schools invest per student about $17,000 per year. $17,000 per year. That's the figure that I got last spring in 2022. I wasn't able to find anything newer. So they're contributing a lot per student to get all these new developments that are coming in. The last thing I want to mention really quickly is that I want to talk about an infrastructure thing I talked about last time. And one of the reasons I want to talk about it this time too is that there was a statement from Durham County EMS in January 17th, 2023 that I found on the website. They have 140 credentialed employees who have staffed 14 to 16 ambulances during the day. They have staffed. They would like to staff 18 units on daytime and 12 units at night. but the reductions from the full fleet have happened over the past several years. There's a shortage of mechanics since mid-March of '22. One mechanic that was remaining left in early January '23, so have no mechanics to work on the ambulances. It's difficult to get ambulance repairs done by local dealerships and other shops. They just can't get what they need done there. Parts supply is unreliable, and new ambulances take an average of 720 days or 2 years for delivery. So we're in a pickle here because we don't have enough ambulances to provide the needs out there, as I had in here with the, and somebody may be calling in, but on January the 13th, 2023, there was no EMS available when people called. And then there were 8, in the 13th that day, there were 8 to 9 ambulances in service when they really want to have 14 to 16 ambulances per day. Thank you very much for your time. And
Thank you.
Happy Black History Month.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. The clerk has informed me that there's an additional speaker online, and we're trying to ascertain if they are a proponent or an opponent.
Hello, are you all able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Are you an opponent or a proponent of this case?
I'm an opponent.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Name is Jerry Ray, and I'm on Stallings Road, and I would just like to play a little audio, some clips just for yesterday and Saturday from our police department, EMS, and sheriff department, or I should say lack thereof. And hope you can hear these. The first call I wanted you to hear was an EMS going to a scene and requesting police and the Durham Police Department. The Durham Police Department had no officers to send to the site.
2-4, PV is not responding at this moment. Low staffing.
And what he's saying is low staffing, meaning there's no police officers, no Durham police officers can go to that EMS scene where they're requesting. The next call is something somebody had mentioned, a CRT. I think CRT, some others can speak more on what this is and what it's all about more than I can, but there's a lot of districts, police districts in Durham that do not have CRT, and they would love to have it. And here's one of the calls I want you to hear from. I think this was yesterday, Sunday.
You know, but right now they only have one, and he's on unsaid.
Can work and hold. Thank you.
Actually, CRT does not cover District 3, so an officer will have to handle.
CRT does not cover District 3, so the police officer's going to have to handle that himself. He would like to get a CRT out there, but he cannot. And the next call is from Saturday, Fayetteville Street, a 911 call, and there's no first responders. And here's the call.
6911 Fayetteville Road, cross off Herndon Road and Village Circle Way, Medic 3. First responder available. 69.
And that was, well, I won't repeat the address, but it was Fayetteville Street, and EMS call with no first responder available at that time. Here's one for Saturday, no first responder.
Medic 7, no first responder available.
That was Saturday, no first responder available. I'm speaking of today's terms, not when the housing, if it gets passed, just going to add more housing. I'm just speaking of today, the understaffed that we have with the police department, the fire department are so understaffed. When I hear an EMS on the scene requesting a police officer to be there to secure the scene before EMS goes in, and the dispatcher says no police officers due to low staffing. That were their exact words, not mine. It just really, really hurts. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That is the end of the folks who are signed up to speak. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else signed up on Zoom? This is a public hearing.
No, ma'am.
Sorry?
There are no
Is there anyone
additional.
else who would wish to speak? Yeah, the proponents have about 14 minutes remaining for rebuttal if you would like. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple of the comments that were made. This site is 21 acres, and it's an odd shape. We've got stream buffers that cross the property and are up to the north. We went back and forth about the best way to develop this. Apartments didn't make sense. We know there's a need for density. Apartments didn't make sense in this area. Single-family detached, maybe, but then we weren't going to get enough density to make the project work. So we landed on townhomes, and it seems to be the best use of this property based on conversations that we've had internally, and we've had some conversations with some of you all, and we talked about that specifically, that townhomes seem to be the best. We're trying to balance the need for housing and what's going to work. We're next to existing townhomes. We're not planning townhomes in the middle of nowhere. So we are continuing the development trend down Sherron Road. Some of the notes that were in the spreadsheet that was shown, the 24% dense, or the 24% impervious, that's the low density option, and we did that on purpose because we know that there's issues with impervious and stormwater. And we're trying to balance the delivery of units with also keeping the impervious low because we know it's a concern in this area. As a result of that, we have on our streams the respective 150-foot stream buffers. Asking for a 150-foot perennial buffer and a 100-foot intermittent buffer, we could go to 70% impervious. That doesn't work for our stormwater. It doesn't really work for this site. So we're trying to create a balance here of the need for housing and also the need to try to maintain some environmental integrity as best we can. Somebody mentioned tree saves is 17%. Our plan commits to a minimum of 22%. Under previous ownership, this site was timbered, and it was all done under a permit that was submitted with our development plan. So, we're at the end of the day, when we go to site plan, we may have to have more than 22%. Trees are growing back. We don't know what the composition is going to be, but we're committing to the 22%, not 17%. And a couple things that we are willing to commit to in addition to the other commitments tonight is we're willing to commit to 150% increase in design standards for the temporary sediment ponds. So rather than the standard erosion control temporary ponds, we'll do 150% of that, which will increase their size and should help with the issues with erosion that some of the neighbors have spoken about tonight. And we did, and the engineer is here, and he can speak to this much more technically than I can, but we had our civil engineer do a lot of looking into the stormwater design, and we really wanted to get the 100-year storm to work, but we couldn't. We couldn't get enough units to make the project work, and it would invalidate our zoning. What we can commit to is a 25-year design storm for the permanent ponds. It's not 100, it's not 50, but it's better than the 10 and 2-year storm. It's what we can do, and we're willing to commit to that. We just can't commit to more, because then we start losing units and the project doesn't make any sense. And there was another comment about traffic. We don't meet the threshold for a TIA. The site's just not big enough to have more than 125 townhomes. And at the end of the day, it might end up being less than that once we actually start doing the engineering and designing the permanent ponds and the grading and figuring out how it all works. So there was not a need for a TIA, so we didn't do a TIA because there wasn't a need for one. But I just wanted to make those notes. We did try really hard to get the stormwater to work better, but it's just really hard with this site. It's an odd shape. It's just that we got a lot of stuff working against us, so we're hoping that would be agreeable to you all. We really made the effort, and if you want the engineer to speak more about what they did, I'm happy to have him come up. But I just wanted to make those notes that we're willing to do the 25-year permanent and increase our erosion control ponds to 150% of the design minimum.
Thank you. I will now declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. Questions or comments from members of the council?
I do have a question.
Yeah, Councilmember Hyman.
Thank you. Hi. Just in response to, I guess I will ask our city manager for staff to respond to the call in terms of the lack of, I guess, responders, the person that was.
Deputy City Manager Bo Ferguson will speak in general to some of the comments that you heard.
Thank you. Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager over the Public Safety Departments. Without having more context around that call, I wouldn't be able to put what you heard into context. Obviously, on any EMS call, the fire department is the first responder, so it wouldn't, I don't think it'd be accurate to say there are no responders available. It may be true that EMS units weren't available, but without more information, I couldn't answer that. If we got more information about the time of that call or the time of dispatch, we could always do some research and find out what was going on at that particular moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. I wanted to follow up with Mr. Freeman. I don't see him. It's okay, it's okay. I just wanted to get this, I missed something. The last study he was talking about, I didn't get to write it down, which year. It's okay, I'll come back to him when he comes back. But I just wanted to ask staff about these studies. I'm not sure whether they've been updated, if this is accurate information, but I do want to make sure that the public is aware that from 2005, 2008, 2014, this Little Lick Creek study and all of the storm restoration and the cost that's kind of allocated or directed to it, where that sits and how it works. It would be good to get an overview.
Good evening, Councilmember Sarah Young with the Planning Department. Councilmember Freeman, that is something that I'm going to have to look into. That's not a process that is managed or worked on by the Planning Department, so I'd have to confer with my Public Works colleagues and bring back more information.
Thank you. And I would appreciate a lot of follow-up in it, because I think some of that is some of what I've known, but I haven't known where to search for it. And so it would be helpful to make sure that that information is available for everyone to see. Thank you. And then I think I just had a couple questions for our developers team. I really appreciate the additional proffers, just acknowledging that this case came before the Planning Commission in July of 2022, and I think it's been like the last 2 months that we've really been talking about this shift in, how we do the phasing in with the silt fencing and what have you. And I just wanted to touch back on some of the requests around, I heard proffer for tree opacity. I'm trying to make sure I don't have tree opacity on Sherron Road of 0.8 or 0.6%. And I just wanted to hear your response on that.
So if our site was a perfect square or rectangle, it would be easy to add buffers, but all it's doing is taking away from the unit count. When we do site plan, we can see if the buffers can be wider, but it's hard to commit to that now, because if you look at a map of our site, it really does look like a crab claw. It's hard. There's parts where it gets skinny, and then it gets wide and skinny, and there's little cutouts, and every time we start adding on these things, wider buffers, wider landscape buffers, wider stream buffers, all we're doing is taking the developable area and making it smaller and smaller. And then we don't have a project. And, we know there's a need for housing. We're trying to, townhomes, it makes the most sense here. We're trying to deliver the townhomes that make sense for this project. And my fear is if we start adding all those things, we're just not going to have enough room to do the project. If it was a square, yeah, we could probably make buffers wider, but because it's such an odd shape, it just takes away a lot of room for what we want to do.
And I just want to say specifically that I think I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at this. There's a small section of Sherron Road on the frontage of Sherron Road, and you're saying that would be too much, that would take away from the units if you were to do.
Because we don't have units at front Sherron Road, but there's some where the side is by Sherron Road. And my fear is if we keep doing that, we're pushing into the site more and more, and then it may end up impacting some of where we're planting stormwater ponds.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And I think that in this specific case, it is acknowledged that it's a difficult site. I mean, that's without saying, but I think it's difficult for a lot of reasons that were stated previously, and just noting like where there is an opportunity to increase, or prevent stormwater erosion and keep the sediment out of the water, we want to do that. I do want to ask about the blasting, and I'm not sure if the 1,000-foot or 1,000 square feet, the residents who are around you about 1,000 feet notice is too much for you.
I think that notification within that notification boundary would be fine. And we also haven't had any geotechnical work done, so there might not be any blasting. We don't know what that looks like right now, but we wanted to put a condition on our plan about blasting because we know it's a concern for projects in this area. But it could be that once we get geotechnical, there might not be a need for any blasting. We hope there's not.
And to be clear, it's really a concern for those who are on well and septic.
Correct.
And so if there's a way to work with staff to figure out exactly who those residents are,
Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to make you blast, send
Right,
out
yeah.
everyone, but just making sure that all of those who are in that area who are on well and septic have notice of when blasting might occur. That would be.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable. And, a lot of the area to our west is in the city. It's mostly to the east.
Or the other way.
Or the other way.
Yeah.
We're willing to work with staff on that. That's totally fine. Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other comments? Councilmember Caballero?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. I really appreciate all of the proffers that the applicant made and all of the resident requests. As we're seeing more and more alignment between some of the requests, double fencing, the work around stormwater, making the temporary ponds bigger so that we can really deal with the erosion issues. I think some of the sedimentation issues, I think a lot of the things that were mentioned by, and I don't remember which resident, so I apologize, around the water quality is being solved with the UNRBA, and I do want to speak to that a little bit. I was the liaison there for several years, and that was a very, at the time, very innovative and progressive movement. It was because we were having a lot of water battles with many of the communities, not just Raleigh and Durham, but the surrounding area. It is the Falls Lake rules impact a lot of communities. There's several counties, several municipalities. We have some of the best staff attached to that work. It's actually some of the work that Durham does the best, not just in the state, but nationally. I have a lot of trust and faith in our water quality specialists. These are our people, the folks who come here and talk about testing the water. Well, the city of Durham has that. We've had that for a long time. We monitor our water carefully. And so I want to speak to that because when some folks are watching and they don't necessarily know what's going on. So the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, that is what it means, the UNRBA, deals with this area around water quality. It's one of the reasons we have some of the most stringent stormwater rules in the state of North Carolina, and we were the first to do it. And so having a project in front of us that's talking about our retention ponds, our impervious surfaces, all of these things lead to better water quality. It actually makes the water often cleaner than if it just hits the ground. If this land stays agricultural, you're actually polluting the water more than building it because we treat the water before it ends up in the stream. So I want to just share that a little bit because there's a lot of science. I'm not that scientist. When I first came to those meetings, I was very overwhelmed with the data and the technical issues around water quality, but I do want residents to know that we have top-notch people in the city of Durham working on this issue, and we have top-notch people in all of our adjacent communities, specifically around the Falls Lake watershed. Again, I really appreciate what the applicant has been trying to do. We have a big task, which is how do we balance density with environmental regulation. And I appreciate that they are really trying to work hard and find a path forward. I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I really appreciate Councilmember Caballero bringing to attention the way in which our city has been working to make sure that we're definitely on par with doing the best that we can. But I want to note that there are conversations, I think, being had, and I would like staff to just make sure that I'm correct and stating this correctly. I don't think we're doing the testing of the water near the development sites that we've been approving, and so that might be where the disconnect is occurring. And I do understand that the Neuse Riverkeeper has offered her testing data as a tool for us as a city, because we're not able to do testing everywhere. And so I think it's a both and, acknowledging we do have the capabilities to do these things, but we are expanding and growing at a pace that far outpaces our staff's capability to cover everything. And so I do want to make sure that that's not lost in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. I'll be short. There is no penalty for unvetted information put in the public sphere. So I just want to state again that regarding public safety, regarding emergency response, that we have, I guess it's what you can call a swarm effect. Everyone responds. So if there's no EMS at the time, then fire is already on it, or police officers are it. This is a growing city, and there will be times where there's one component of our response apparatus that may or may not be available, but there are others. There is no penalty. You can say whatever the heck you want to say, and it'll be okay. But we do have more residents that are across the community that are starting to tune in. And I'm getting questions like, how could you all be a whole city and you have no response, no emergency response? That's not accurate. So just to add a little context to that, the resident that called in, I do want them to know that they are heard, but there is some response that is happening. And I'm notorious for asking extremely clarifying, pointed questions to make sure that there is no question around this. And the other is I'm looking forward to the data that will be shared with the city, but I will say to staff that even that information needs to be vetted, because you're the experts that we pay to do this. So there are a lot of experts out there, and I actually know Ms. Kropp, and even though I know that her work is good, I want to make sure that the information that's coming to us, that it is vetted by you all, by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I want to fully associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Williams. Our city is safe and secure tonight. If you have an emergency, call 911. The overwhelming type of calls that our fire department respond to are actually medical calls. It is true, the fire department does not transport patients, ambulances do, but our fire department actually is, in most cases, the people who stabilize patients and who actually do the life-saving work before transport gets there. We do have an issue, and I know the county is working on that with ambulances, but I do not want anyone to think that shut Durham down until we fix our emergency response system. We have a robust, functioning emergency response system. That includes law enforcement officers and medical responders. I do want to ask the applicant a question. What are the anticipated price points of the townhomes? Imperfect science, I know that.
So as you are all well aware, it is hard to predict the exact price of a unit. During our second neighborhood meeting, we told neighbors that they're predicted to be in the mid 200s to low 3,000s. Again, it could change. We don't know, but that's kind of our predicted price range at this point.
Sure, thank you. And I know it's an imperfect science. I have been impressed. I have a habit of sometimes driving by the developments that I voted on, and I look at the sign that says starting at. It's been a pretty high percentage, the numbers that have been projected, what the starting points have been, and what's being advertised once the developments are built. But be that as it may, I do want to. It's interesting. The Planning Commission voted almost unanimously to approve this project. With all of this information, environmental information in front of them. And I want, as a decision maker to kind of, for those watching, to kind of consider the nexus and context that we're working in. First of all, the 303 designation, which allows the EPA to offer assistance to states, I'm not sure I understand the conflation of impaired waterways with building. Aquatic life, the 303 designation is about the health of aquatic life. And by the way, if you walk up to a body of water in nature, you probably shouldn't drink. If you run a test on any body of untreated water, you're probably going to, if you run a test on Durham's tap water before we treat it, you wouldn't want to drink it. So I do want to lean in on the difference between bodies of water that are untreated, whether you're at the beach or whether you're just walking down the street, and water that has passed through a filtration system, whether it's a well or whether it's a state-of-the-art filtration system, cleaning system of a city for drinking. With all the testing of bringing water back, I want someone to bring back water from their tap. Bring back some water from their tap with the levels of that. That's the reading that I want to see and we need to hear. If we get, from what I'm hearing, if we get a list, if we get a waterway off of the 303D listing, well, put it this way, if we pass the ordinances that we're all waiting on, which many of these developers are already comporting themselves to, if we pass those ordinances, then we still have waterways on the 303D list. If we get the waterways off the 303D list, but wait a minute, we have an emergency responder issue. We take care of the emergency responder issue, wait a minute, townhomes, they don't really fit our neighborhood. And I want folk listening to listen very carefully, residents and citizens, because I know the people on this council, we're all environmentalists, but and I'm just gonna say it, there is some NIMBYism going on in this debate. Not in my backyard. Not everybody, not everyone, but there is some going on, and we throw whatever we want against the wall to see what sticks. Durham can't answer 911 calls. Durham's got these laws that are just gonna solve everything if we just wait for the ordinances. Or if we just get them off the 303D list. Oh, if they're comporting with minimal standards or they go above minimal standards, let's raise the standards again. And I want to lean into that and own that and call that out in this debate for all residents and citizens watching. Again, this city is growing. The Planning Commission has heard all of these arguments that we've heard, but they've still, in this particular case, said housing is an issue for us, and they voted for it. So I've raised that because, I get into it with the Planning Commission sometimes to show that there is no superior moral ground staked out in these debates. No one has the answer. No one. These are hard choices. We are blessed with a growing city, not a stagnant one, not one that people don't want to be in. We're blessed with a growing city, a vibrant economy, cultural scene, but we've also got folk who are hurting in the city as well. And we got to be able to do both. And one position is not morally superior over the other. So I want to call out all of the factors that are involved in this debate. I want to show respect to the true environmentalists who are, in this space. And I also want to, honor the folk who just don't want neighbors. Not everybody. Not everybody, but we would be deluding ourselves to think that those elements are not at play in these debates, because they are. They are. I'll be supporting this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go now to Councilmember Hyman.
Sorry, thank you so much. Thank you for, number one, being very inclusive of listening to the needs of the community, listening to trying to do some more profits. But I just want clarity on the Affordable Housing Fund, the number that you...
Yeah, $62,500.
Okay, and also for the public schools, because I think there was some...
Hold on, my notes are all different. $22,000.
Okay. So again, thank you for, like I said, because in your statements tonight, it's been, you know, I'll try to do this, I'll try to do that, I'll try to work. And so I appreciate that. We are a growing city. We do need housing. But we do also have residents that are saying there's some issues with their water. And so I want to get to the bottom of that. Is it not? You know, I do know that we have tested the water. I think I looked on the web. The Stormwater Public Works Department had tested the water at Lick Creek. And I think in 2022, I think for Lick Creek, I think the average of what it was like 70-something% a C. So I'm looking to see what the testing is going to be in 2023, right? I know, and I think prior to 2022, it was like at a 69, it went up. So I think my concern is we do need to build, we do need housing, but I don't really want that to be at the expense of also people not being able to drink water, environmental issues, because I will say that we can build, and those same people that are going to be moving out there, if there's an issue, they're going to have the same issue when they move there. So I just want to have clarity on, is it happening, testing, whatever it needs to happen. But again, I understand that we're a growing city and we need to build. But I also hear some concerns from our community saying that there's some issues there, and I just want to get to the bottom of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. I was just going to ask Mr. Freeman to come back again. I noticed he was back in the chamber. I appreciate it. I understood you couldn't talk too fast, but you were talking faster than I could write.
I know.
So.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Trying to get a lot of important facts in. They are facts.
They are.
I didn't make this stuff up. They're words from a plan that the city and the county commissioned. They didn't make it up.
And I was just trying to get so it was a specific date. You were quoting dates, and hold on.
Yes, I was, if I might draw your attention to, maybe there was the excerpts, page 16 and 15 from the 15 and 16. This is I'll be happy to share this with you, but it is from the Volume 1 Executive Summary, Little Lick Creek Watershed Improvement Plan, prepared for City of Durham, October 2016.
Thank you.
And, you know, obviously they're all available. And I did also, ma'am, this is copied from the Durham City website, and I'll be happy to share this with you. And it does cite a number of respected publications. It's all scientifically footnoted, and the majority of these, from my initial review of them, are those that were commissioned by the City of Durham.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it was mainly the 2016. I didn't catch that one. I didn't
Yes,
have
ma'am.
the executive summary.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would say that I will like to follow up. And I appreciate you coming up here. You can sit down. That was all. Okay. I honestly I had this conversation with Mayor Pro Tem last week, and I appreciate his kind of calling out all of the things that are going on in this conversations, or each of the conversations that happen with development. And I think that we're getting closer to a plan or solution or resolutions around many of these things, especially where water is concerned. I don't know that we're getting to as many as we need to around race and racism and gentrification, but I do think that we will. And I'm almost certain that the cost of remediation that Mr. Freeman brought up, being around $22 million, being at the expense of every taxpayer in this county, is still a point of contention for me. And while I can support this plan for this specific site, because it's 21 acres and there are 125 townhomes, it is becoming alarmingly concerning that we don't have something in place for the sites that are coming forward that are much larger with a lot more homes on it. And so price points matter, how much you're willing to benefit the community in, whether you're proffering $500, $2,000, or $17,000 per student. Each of those things say something different about who you are as a developer in a development team. And I want to make sure that we're getting the best developer coming forward with the best community that I live in. And so consistently, I have sat in this seat as a council member. I've sat in the seat over where Dr. Hyman sits right now as a planning commissioner. And I have raised the issue that the city does not have all of the answers. We still have work to do. We're getting there. I appreciate everyone who's come in today to speak, just raising the issue and acknowledging that whether it's transportation, whether it's a bike lane, whether it's a 1 unit more or 1 unit less, whether it's a tree or a buffer, all of those things matter to the people who live in this community because we know that we can do better. And that is the simplest fact of it all. And so I'm looking forward to coming up with a real tangible solution to this, because I am constantly pushing for a better way to come to an answer for our developers, because it isn't all at one developer's
It's cumulative.
It is very much a cumulative effect. I will say that it's heavy as a council member. I won't say that it's hard, because it's not hard for me ever. I'm going to put water and land and air first in every instance, because humans can't exist without it. But I know that my council believes strongly in making sure that we do address the environmental hazards, and we will get to a point where we can ameliorate the water that is tomato soup in that marina, because it's not just whether you can drink the water, it's whether you can fish, and it's whether the animals who are eating that fish end up on our plates. And so there's a lot of ecosystem aspects to this that don't care where the lines are drawn. And that is, again, is not at a developer's expense as well. But they can't be at the expense of the taxpayers, and $22 million is a lot. So we've got to come up with a better way to remediate and prevent stormwater erosion. So that's what I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. It is 9:00 p.m. and we need to take our closed captioning break. So we're going to be in recess for the next 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9:11.
Okay. May I share it with you?
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
I was looking for an opportunity, and an old friend of mine suggested that I apply at Go Durham. The community really relies on us, on Go Durham public transportation.
Well, I like driving a bus because of the friendly culture. I love it in the morning when people greet me, good morning, they give me a friendly wave, they appreciate you. And that goes a long way being a bus driver in Go Durham.
Anything can be achieved here. You can come in at the bottom and you will be able to excel in fairly a short amount of time. Here, I started as an operator and I'm here now as an operator training specialist. So as long as you stick to it, you can excel.
The perfect candidate that would excel at Go Durham is someone with tenacity, someone with drive, someone who wants to make a difference for their community.
You have to be people-oriented, you have to be experienced, and you have to be on hands, ready to go, but with the proper training, it's just like driving a car.
So as a new driver with road training, come in and you see me and I'm gonna make sure you have all the tools to succeed.
They give you a lot of input and they work with you step by step. So you won't be alone in this.
To anyone considering working for Go Durham, you won't regret it. Please come, please apply. We would love to have you join the Go Durham team.
1 minute, 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. We will reconvene now at 9:11 p.m. And I believe sorry?
We're back in meeting, y'all.
Okay. We will first go to Councilmember Williams and then the mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Johnson, I appreciate that break. My response will be different now. I just wanted to say, guys, I'm going to keep saying it. These cases are complicated. And I just don't want us to hear what we're hearing tonight and address it without substance. So there is a water issue. Let's take Falls Lake, for example. There's a water issue, water quality issue with Falls Lake, but it's been that way ever since Falls Lake was created. Okay? There are pros and cons to development, but there are also pros and cons to leaving things as is. And as a matter of fact, I want to ask staff, just if you will, take an opportunity, if you can respond to some of the things that we've, I don't know who would be best to, but Attorney O'Toole, okay. So just around the water quality, around, Lick Creek versus Falls Lake and other areas, because everything is just all pressed together and not everything is connected. And we're asking for more investigations or more deep diving into the water quality issue when a lot of this work is being done. And I don't want you all as staff to do all of this work and then it's totally overlooked and we're still waiting on it to be done.
Sure thing. Don O'Toole, the Durham City Attorney's Office. I've been working on these issues for 12 years with the city. Durham is the most regulated city in the state when it comes to stormwater. We're subject to the Jordan Lake rules, the Falls Lake rules, and the Neuse River rules. Development that happens any place in Durham rain is going to fall on that development, and it's going to fall into one of those watersheds. The state, through delegated authority from the federal government, imposed the Falls Lake rules on the Falls watershed. One thing those rules do is it divides things into different silos. So there are rules that deal with wastewater treatment plants in the watershed, and Durham has a water treatment plant, heavily regulated. The city's invested heavily in getting nitrogen and phosphorus out of our wastewater. There are also the existing development rules, and I think in part that's what that study that the gentleman referred to is dealing with. I think everyone is familiar with the Ellerby Creek Wetland Project. That project is a major investment that the city of Durham is making. I dare say no other city in the state has a project of that magnitude. And that's in part to take nitrogen and phosphorus out of stormwater in the city of Durham for existing development. That's development that happened years ago. That's a pretty novel concept. I'm not sure of any other place in the country where that's happening. And then another silo of the rules are the new development rules under the Falls Lake rules. And those are state-imposed rules on new development in the Falls Lake watershed. I think we all know that the city is not allowed to have rules that are more strict than what the state says we can have. Durham stormwater rules are incredibly strict. Developers frequently say, wow, why do you have these rules? And we say they're imposed on us. So those are the new development rules. One of the things that I think is getting conflated in this discussion is the turbidity that's in the Little Creek water. That isn't from what the city controls. That is from construction phase activities, and that's regulated by Durham County. Durham County runs the sedimentation and erosion control program for all of Durham. And they do a good job. Ryan Eves with the county does that work. They review sedimentation and erosion control plans. They enforce them to make sure that developers are adhering to those rules. I think council is aware that Ryan has actually gone to the state agency that controls. The other thing is Durham County's hands are tied when it comes to sedimentation and erosion control. They are required to enforce the state's rules. Durham County has actually approached the state and said some of the things that developers are committing to through development plans, Durham County has actually gone to the state agency preliminarily and said, we would like to bolster our regulations to include some of these things. They got positive initial reaction, and it's my understanding that the county is moving forward with that. The whole issue with well water that's maybe cloudy or being contaminated, that's completely separate from Lick Creek. These folks have wells. If developers are blasting, the developers are responsible if they destroy people's private wells. That's why I hope that when pre-blasting surveys are offered to property owners, it's in their interest, well, it's also in the developer's interest to do that pre-blast survey, to quantify what is the water quality in the well pre-blasting. And then there should be a post-blast water quality sample taken. So I know it's a confusing jumble, but different entities regulate different parts of this. And when it comes to new development stormwater regulation, there is no jurisdiction in the state that has tighter regulation, or as Councilmember Caballero said, a better group of engineers that are trying to do the best we can to control pollution from stormwater in the city of Durham. I'm sorry for the long answer, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I think it was necessary. I appreciate it. The other side of this is the economics. And I'll just use a case because I do have a problem with, governing in bad faith that I want to make sure we don't do. I own restaurants, and, imagine someone saying, Leo, I want you to sell chicken, but I want it this way, I want it that way, and I want to make sure that that chicken tastes this way, and you didn't put a dime into it, all right? Now, the other side of that is you want to make sure that we're serving healthy food or food that doesn't harm you, and that is a community concern, and we do that. We've had things to come through where, and I want to appreciate the proffers that have been offered, but we've had things come through, and I'll throw out some numbers from a previous case where the applicant applied 3 years ago. The demand since then has changed. $255,000 later, all to come to this council, to this board, for us to make a decision that is not fully informed. And after that, it's just, oh, well, try again. And we have the audacity to talk about affordable housing. There's nothing affordable when you make the process so expensive that it's going to be forwarded to the tenant anyway. And I know that not a lot of folks like what I'm saying, but the fact that we have a housing crisis and it's a shortage, and then many of the addresses I hear looks like where I grew up. We are coming to the point where we're going to have some really tough conversations, and it must be based on fact. It has to be. If the facts are what they are, whether I agree or not, they're the facts. So I don't want to get all of this information, as complex as it is, convoluted to the point where we're just making uninformed decisions. But once it passed this council or not pass it, a lot of times when it goes down, no one put a dime into it. And there is an economic side. There's an environmental side, there's an economic side to it that we all have to consider. But most importantly, it's the facts. And I do not want to keep throwing things out here and they're unchecked. So if we're gonna talk about it, let's talk about it all. And let's not make housing so exclusive that it's not even attainable for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to go to the mayor and then the mayor pro tem.
I can go next. I have found that this issue around Lick Creek and that area out there causes me sleepless nights in trying to balance all of the concerns. First of all, I love the earth. I don't understand why we as humans damage the earth so much in so many ways in the effort to live free and peaceful and all of that stuff, and we still find a way to damage the earth, even though it is a lot of times unintended, because we have to have basic needs like shelter. So when you try to balance these things, as you're coming in, as I've come into this arena, it's a brand new arena in terms of legalities and who's in charge of what. It's almost like you're really buying, trying to build this plane as you're flying it, and you're making decisions at this point where a lot of them will outlast my lifetime and my children's lifetime. So I get particularly anxious too, though, when I run into neighbors that I've known for years and years, and I know their character, I know, what they've been in the community, and they all of a sudden start appearing and saying, hey, there's something going on. And I know they've lived here in Durham for years, and I've known them for years, and I don't find them to be people who make up stuff because they don't want anybody moving into Durham, because if you've been here for 50 plus years, you watched Durham grow. That's nothing new. Fayetteville Road, we watched, 15501, we watched all of these areas that people are now talking about. Well, we saw them coming. So most of us recognize, as others have found, that this is a great place to live, and we recognize that people want to live here. I just think there's a way to do it where we keep our environment safe. So when I get a letter like I got on Friday that I'm going to pass to our city council members, I know our attorney received a copy of it, and I get a letter from the Southern Environmental Law Center. So now we're getting the letters from attorneys. So we started talking and getting letters from neighbors saying there's an issue. Then we started getting letters from people from New Bern, North Carolina, and down the creek, and saying there's an issue. And then Friday, I get about what I would call a legal brief, 8 pages, from 2 attorneys, senior attorney and leader of the Clean Water Program, Jeff Gisler, and Irene Como, a senior attorney from the Southern Environmental Law Center. And they are writing to request a meeting with the mayor, the county commission chair, and the city manager. And the first sentence is what would cause a mayor to have nightmares, because it says, we write to request a meeting to discuss our concerns with the ongoing degradation of the Lick Creek watershed from unchecked real estate development. The city and county of Durham are failing to adequately enforce water quality standards under federal and state law. And the current system of overlapping city, county, and state permit requirements and regulations is failing to protect both the county's natural resources and public health. We outlined the following concerns with the goal of identifying immediate steps to address this situation with the urgency necessary to protect this important watershed. And then you have this young lady that came in this afternoon to tell me it's just 22 miles that we're concerned about, Mayor, and it's unique. It is a unique landscape. And when she starts using terms that a lawyer doesn't like to hear, and I'm a lawyer, dangerous, you need to think about it, y'all need to pause. I pause. So I do think that we need to check the facts, but having been a judge for 24 years, people can make the facts mean what they want the facts to mean, depending on which side of the case they're on. That's what attorneys do. That's how you litigate. And somewhere in the midst of that is the truth. So we have to make sure that when we come into these situations that we rely on experts, not only in the city and in the county, but outside. Because the city has a set of experts, but there are other experts. And by definition, the legal terminology of an expert is anybody that has more than a general knowledge of a particular issue. So if you know how to change oil on your car, you could be considered an expert if they cause you to testify. But most other people wouldn't think you were an expert. So it's different as to how you view expert testimony in a courtroom as to what generally people think. I say all that to say, everybody has biasness in every arena just about of life, including how you view environmental situations. But I take very serious that water that Pam Andrews brought to my office about 3 months ago, whether it came from out of somebody's faucet or out of their well directly, is still not clear today, because I check it every time I go in there. And according to the young lady I met today, it will never run clear. For me, that's enough for pause until I hear some experts on what we need to do so that I can make sure that my children's children, that 2 to 3, 4 more generations of O'Neills can live in Durham safely in the city and the county as we have watched it grow for the last 50 years. So, folk I know that live in Durham and stay in Durham, we're not afraid of development. We've seen that, we live it. It just needs to be done in an equitable manner, and in a manner that listens when folks start saying there might be a problem. I don't know whether it is or not, but that's enough for me to say, let's figure it out. That's all I have. So until we figure it out, my vote will be no at this point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I thank you, Madam Mayor, for always putting things in context for us. And I want to associate myself with the last part of what you said about the language of advocacy. I think I said at the last Joint City County Planning Commission, how is it that 9 people can go to law school, look at the same document, and come to such divergent opinions? Top-notch law schools. I refer, of course, to our Supreme Court. So I know that the language of advocacy, particularly when you combine advocacy with an agenda, a desired outcome, that with due respect to the legal profession, in the hired gun analogy, you're going to defend your client, and you're going to take up advocacy, for the person that pays you. And I do want to, you know, Councilmember Freeman said something that we have been talking. I really appreciate the discussions we've been having, but that the city doesn't have a plan for the upcoming developments. That's just not true. That's not an accurate characterization. We lead a city. We're at the top of an org chart of a city that has a top-notch planning department. I trust my lawyer, Donald Toole, who described the context. We've got state regs, we've got a county, we've got a city. Durham is award-winning in our management of these issues. So I have a question for the staff. You know, when we talk about the state of our water, I'd like to know, has the county documented any fish kills recently? Has the county documented deleterious effects to has the county, if they don't want to build water treatment facilities, have they commissioned, while we're studying, folk to go into their residents' homes and test their tap water? Have they done that? Have you asked them to do that, to come in and test your tap water that we drink? Because I will again contend that if you go up to a body of water outside and test it, you're going to get stuff that if it's not treated, if it's unfiltered, any random body of water. And I think what's important that we don't conflate and you know, protecting aquatic life and nature. Of course, that's important. We live under the strictest regimen for that, and you know, the implication is almost that our city's been doing this for decades, and then with the advent of Preserve Rural Durham, now we realize we've been poisoning our waters for decades. And we're just finding out now that after all these years, with all these professionals, all these previous councils, all these previous leaders, this monster was brewing beneath the surface with no evidence, no, and now at this slice in time, this particular on-ramp, now with the convergence of development, the convergence of the growth for our city, this is the time we find out. We've all missed it until now. And I just struggle with that. And I agree with everyone up here that these decisions are hard, but if we're getting evidence, part of the evidence I'd like to see is, because we brought in, you know, and I got a vial of tomato soup. I left it on my desk, and in a few days, it was crystal clear, untreated. And we had testimony here that says that the flocculants that we put in it speed up the process. But if after rainfall, you're going to get tomato soup. But the vial and my colleagues have walked in my office and seen it. Left, I didn't put anything in it. I just let it sit there. The sediment went to the bottom, untreated, without any molestation or interruption from me whatsoever. And those of you that have the vials at home, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about picking it up and shaking it up. If you leave it sitting there, unbothered, you know that it goes to the bottom and it's clear without putting anything in it. We were told that the flocculants would speed up that process, but left unto itself, my vial is clear, crystal clear. So again, this development on a case-by-case basis, I think, has integrated some of the things that we're asking to go for, that where we're going in terms of some of our UDO changes. But it's very clear to me that the notion that those changes, those laws that we're expecting, if we just wait until we implement those, will not address half of the things that have been brought up. And in many of these developments, they're already voluntarily integrating them. I think that's why the Planning Commission voted for this one. So, yeah, let's get all the evidence we can. Let's get all of the, you know, the studies that we can. But there are some very basic questions. There's some very basic studies we can do right now. We can bring in, or the county can in defense of their residents and in service of their residents, test the tap water. So let's start there. And then let's work out. I don't, that seems to me to be a pretty easy, I'm not a scientist, but that seems to be a pretty easy, obvious ask. And my belief is that if there was something there, we would have opened with that. That would have been the headline. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to continue to look at them on a case-by-case basis. If this isn't the kind of development that we've been asking for as a city, if this is not the type of behavior we've been trying with our limited power, with our limited levers and buttons that we can pull and push, if this isn't the type of behavior on behalf of the developer that we've been asking for and pushing for, then help me understand what it is. So I'll be supporting this development. And I thank my colleagues for a really great and important discussion. And as always, I thank the residents for coming out and pushing us. I think we get the better policy that way. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. If there are no further comments, our first motion is to adopt an ordinance annexing Mockingbird Lane and Sherron Road into the city.
Councilwoman, I just had a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to touch back on to Mr. O'Toole's comments and had a question. So I appreciate the explanation around the rules, but I want to ask, how do we compare nationally? Because it's clear that we can lead in a state and fall behind it nationally.
Don O'Toole, City Attorney's Office. And so by nationally, I guess.
Federally.
Are you asking in terms of our stormwater regulation?
Yes.
Like I said before, the fact that we have existing development rules imposed on the city of Durham, it's my understanding that that doesn't exist anywhere else in the country. So the fact that we are actually treating for past development that happened in the city, that's pretty advanced. You know, there was one other thing I just wanted to share with you, and I think it was relevant to some of the discussion. Both Falls Lake and Jordan Lake are dammed up rivers. They are created lakes. They were created by the Army Corps of Engineers back decades ago. The Corps did do environmental impact studies before they dammed either river, and those studies indicated that the lakes would be eutrophic as soon as the water started accumulating behind the dams. So this is actually a problem that was created
Thank you.
by the federal government.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask, on the side of wastewater and on the side of public works, where there's a chance that an error occurs, how do we ameliorate that?
So with wastewater and an error, our treatment on the North Durham reclamation facility, which flows into Falls Lake, it's my understanding that the effluent that comes out of that plant is state-of-the-art, high-quality effluent, and we are fully compliant with phase 1 of the Falls Lake rules. I'm not sure what's going to happen with stage 2 of the Falls Lake rules. That's part of the study that's being done. As part of Public Works stormwater, I think you know what they regulate on development is post-construction stormwater control, so stormwater ponds. And again, we have a really tight system of regulation. There are tight city code provisions that require yearly inspections of those facilities. Engineers actually have to go out and inspect the facilities and make sure that they're in good repair and functioning the way they're supposed to. I know that our staff does a good job with enforcement on that. Again, I'm not aware of any city in the state that does it as well as the city of Durham.
And I would just want to circle back on the wastewater side. So 3 weeks ago, we had a wastewater leak. And the way that we address it is through a complaint system is what I was getting at. And so you don't know it until someone raises the flag.
And so you're raising a different issue, and I didn't address it. So sanitary sewer overflows do occur from the collection system, not from the plant. And those happen for a variety of reasons. You know the posters on the side of buses that say, "Don't pour your bacon fat down the drain"? That's actually for a reason. You know, when the pipes get clogged with fat, that can result in a backup. And our city, under our collection system permit, you know, there's a regular system of inspections of our collection system. They literally go around and do video inspections of those pipes to try to make sure they're not cracked, they're not clogged. Sometimes people actually put stuff down the drains intentionally, which can lead to overflows. Sometimes the overflows occur because the infrastructure fails. For example, right before Christmas, when the weather got so cold, pipes sometimes break at that point.
And so specifically in an open body of water, how would you identify that type of a failure?
Well, those, I think the SSO, the sanitary sewer overflows, usually happen away from the lake, and hopefully they get noticed as quickly as possible, and then the city has to perform a cleanup. You know, one other thing I would add, and this is something that the Upper News River Basin Association is very focused on, a lot of property in the county is actually on septic. Septic is not as good as development that actually has its wastewater flow to a pipe. In fact, some of the discussion at UNRBA meetings has been the city of Durham should actually expand its sewer beyond its city limits to get people off septic. Because, you know, there are E. coli issues with some of our waterways. Septic is not a good situation for that.
And I'm raising the issues because I think what I don't want us to get missed on is that there's a setup and there's a system, and everything doesn't flow through the system. And so there can be great, I mean, I think we have wonderful staff, and I don't think this is a staff issue, but the county has just put forward the ordinance for us to address what we have not.
Well,
and specifically with the phasing and what have you. And so when I talk about a plan, that's the plan aspect of it. When I talk about the parts of our infrastructure that are like, where this tomato soup is ending up in a marina, there is an issue there that we still need to address, whether it's our tap water or the county residents' tap water. It is based on the fact that there's high development within the city limits. And we're annexing county land into the city on top of it. So there is an increased situation that our wonderful staff could get their arms around if we had that plan in place, but we do not. And so that specifically is what I was talking about.
And if I could just clarify one thing, sedimentation and erosion control, which is the construction phase of sediment running off construction sites. In the city of Durham, that is controlled by Durham County. In fact, I just reviewed an update to the interlocal agreement where the city and the county agree that the county is going to perform that function throughout Durham County. And it's my understanding that Durham County enforces the sedimentation erosion control rules that are dictated to it by the state. And like you said, they have approached the state to bolster those rules, to make them more strict in Durham.
So in that situation where a county resident lets you know that the enforcement is failing, I think that also raises a flag that we need to address. And I don't know how, because there's no system for that specific situation. And then on top of that, in the planning sense, this is not about a plan in this, like, those studies that were talked about highlight some of the issues that would arise. We can set up a plan around that. But when a resident tells you that the system you put in place and the plan that you put in place is now creating another issue, a new study and a new plan needs to be evaluated. And so I just want to make sure that we're not missing that piece. And then I also want to make sure that on the economic side, the fact that the taxpayers carry the cost on this. And so whether we're raising taxes or increasing the number of people who are here to cover the taxes, it's still going to be a burden for the residents of this community or the stakeholders who pay taxes in this community. And so that cost is also a burden. And so weighing that out, I'm always going to put that before whatever new development is coming before us. And I want to make sure that I'm not misinterpreting or misspeaking on it, because, which is why I'm asking you directly. But in order for us to get to the point where we actually have a plan and our versions of those ordinances or our versions of staff in place to kind of do like a quality assurance, so to speak, on whether the enforcement is happening. The same way we're talking about looking at the police department is the same way I'm talking about looking at public works and the fire department, or not the fire department, but the fire chief, and whether those stop orders are being issued or not, and whether those blasting permits are received or not. There is nothing in place for the city to be able to say, yes, it is, or no, it isn't. If there is, tell me I'm wrong. I missed it. And that's what I've been asking for, because we don't have all of this flexed out. There's nowhere that this is sitting right now. And so I just want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to hear what residents are telling us and actually come up with something that actually addresses it.
I understand. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I know we want to get home. It is a long night. I just want to say that it was August 4th or 5th when those water samples were taken, and they were taken at the Baker Lick Creek, I believe. And we have, really strong water treatment facility plants. There's a lot that is being said tonight. And I just, again, there's no vetting or checking when things are just put out there. Staff, I appreciate what we do have in place. I appreciate the work that you all are doing, and I'm going to trust that. And when we get to the point where you feel that we are putting folks in danger, sound the alarm. But in the meantime, residents, county residents, even city residents, county residents, reach directly out to your council member and put us to work. Put us to work. We'll come out there and see it for ourselves. But we're going to have the experts with us that we pay. You have experts, and we'll compare that information. But right now, I will say I'm going to rely on the folks that we're paying to do this job, because that's what I was elected to do. All right.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would love there to be a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Mockingbird Lane and Sherron Road into the city of Durham effective March 31st, 2023, and authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Hopper Communities Incorporated.
So move.
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 5-2, with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR and residential suburban RS20 Falls Jordan District B, FJB county jurisdiction, and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 5.908, PDR 5.908, Falls Jordan District B, FJB city jurisdiction.
So move.
Moved by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes again 5-2 with Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And our final motion is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, colleagues. And I will pass the gavel back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Johnson, for leading us through that. Friends, at this time now, we'll turn our attention to our next public hearing, general business public hearing. Item number 11, Consolidated Annexation, National Heritage Academies, Oak Grove Charter. We'll have received the report from staff, and then I have a quick announcement regarding this matter, and then we will proceed. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. I'm Grace Smith with the Planning Department. Requests for voluntary annexation and utility extension agreement have been received from Bob Dunstan of Charter Development Company for 2 parcels located at 2201 East Gear Street and 2523 East Club Boulevard, totaling 12.37 acres. There is an associated site plan and a minor special use permit separately under review for this site. The site is presently zoned residential suburban 20, RS 20, commercial neighborhood CN, and rural residential RR. If the annexation is approved, staff recommends an exact translation of the zoning designation. If approved, this annexation would become effective March 31st, 2023. 3 motions are required for this action. The first motion is to adopt the ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to adopt a zoning ordinance, and the third is to adopt the consistency statement. Staff is here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this isn't a public hearing. I'm going to officially declare the public hearing open, but before I turn to the public and the applicant, are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Colleagues, I do need to announce that there is a longstanding tradition in our city of cooperation between governing bodies, both the county and Durham Public Schools, and we are in receipt of a letter from our colleagues, Durham Public School Board, requesting, and I won't go through all of the bullets in the letter, but requesting that we table this and delay this hearing until they can have an opportunity to talk to us. However, there are a couple of issues. One, the late date at which we received this letter, and after does not allow us to do that. And number 2, in consultation, there's an issue of standing as well with this, in fairness to the actual applicant. If they were to ask for a delay, or if another party who had were vested or had standing in this matter would be able to do that. So I do want to acknowledge to my colleagues' receipt, if they're watching from public schools after consultation, that we did receive the letter. However, we are going to proceed with this public hearing, and we thank them for their input. Is the applicant present? I have Mr. Ghosh. Is there anybody else who's going to be presenting with you?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, I see a B. Dunstan on the...
Right, he's on the applicant team. He was just there as a resource.
All right, how much time do you anticipate needing?
It's late, I don't know, like 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, so put 5 minutes on the clock, please.
So good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. My name is Neil Ghosh. I'm an attorney at the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street in Durham. I believe Mr. Dunstan is on the Zoom call, as well as potentially Mr. Jeff Chamberlain, both of which are with the applicant group. I want to thank Ms. Smith for her presentation of the requested annexation. As I said, I know the hour is late. We've been here for quite a while, so I just wanted to take some time to point out something unique about this case. This is an annexation without any rezoning, and as with most annexations, the request here is paired with the utility extension agreement. Usually UEAs are boilerplate agreements. However, through this UEA, the applicant has voluntarily committed to a substantial number of off-site road improvements, which is unusual. These road improvements are well in excess of what the city could require of the applicant through the typical site plan process. But the applicant is committed to these nonetheless because they recognize the importance of a safe road network, not only for the school, but for the community as a whole. We would estimate that those road improvements would cost about $1 million, but there will, of course, be no cost to the city of Durham. The Club and Gear intersection today suffers from too few lanes for too many turning movements and increasing traffic volumes due to the expanding commercial and residential development in this area. There was a traffic study performed, and it identified several improvements that would help alleviate traffic pressures in the area, but only about half of them will or could be required by NCDOT as a condition of the site plan approval process. The applicant here has agreed to do the rest of them anyway. In short, those include adding more storage for the eastbound left turn lane on Club and adding curbing to restrict U-turns near the school's access point on Club. It also includes widening northbound Gear from 1 lane to 2 lanes, widening southbound Gear from 2 lanes to 3 lanes, which also will provide a dedicated left turn lane into the school. And in addition to those road improvements, the applicant also will be providing sidewalks along the site's entire frontage on both Gear and Club. When complete, the entire intersection will serve pedestrians and move vehicles in a significantly better manner than the existing conditions, and it will not cost City of Durham a single dollar. Typically, we don't hear about proffers or I don't know what exactly you would call it, that are paired with an annexation without a development plan rezoning. I don't know if you call these proffers or something else, but these commitments are enforceable by the city through the UEA. They are laid out in paragraph 7 in Exhibit B of the UEA. And I just wanted to take some time to point that out to you because you guys don't see that every day. Here to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Goshen. Did I understand that your 2 colleagues online do not wish to speak or present? Or
They're here as a resource for questions, yep.
Madam Clerk, I didn't receive any cards on this item, and I don't see anyone in queue on our virtual platform. You concur?
Yes, sir.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to speak on this item? This is a public hearing. All right, seeing none, I'm going to officially close this public hearing. The matter is now back before the council, and I will yield to any of my honorable colleagues who may have questions or comments. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. So, interesting case here. What is the distance between the current existing school? I'm looking at the aerial map here. Is it next to the current school there?
I can't tell you, it's close. I don't know if it's next to, it's close.
Okay. So I was just wondering what was the rationale for putting a school next to a school? Is it the same age group?
Yeah, I believe so. It's K through 8. So it's I think it's a wider age group at this school. And this site in particular is ideally suited. I mean, I would just say for development, not necessarily a school, any development. I mean, it's on the periphery of the existing city limits. However, it is surrounded by existing city utilities, so it's a good site for development.
I don't know what venue we ask the rationale of what's going there, or should our line of question be within the technicalities of use? So that's why I was asking you those questions. Like we're putting a school next to one that's already there, so I may ask another question. I'll let my colleagues go.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else have any questions or comments on this matter? Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to, I guess, ask if we were not able to table the conversation, like how do we come to that decision? Is it a question or is it something we can ask?
Sure, I think you just did. I'll refer back to the issues that I listed, the late arrival of it, of the request, fairness to the applicant. The applicant has not asked for any extension, and there's no standing in this matter for another governing board to request, outside of the circumscribed, the purview in which we operate. This is an annexation case. So yeah, I'll refer back to the reasons I listed. Stated, rather. Colleagues, anyone else? Questions or comments? Councilmember Williams, did you have a follow-up? No. All right, seeing none, this item requires three motions. The first motion is to adopt an ordinance annexing National Heritage Academies, NHA, Oak Charter School into the city of Durham effective March 31st, 2023, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Charter Development Company, LLC. And I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I hear a motion from Her Honor, Mayor O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
And I have a second from Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
Mayor Pro Tem, the result is 4-3 with Councilmember Johnson, Caballero, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. Motion carries. Motion number 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban 20 RS20 commercial neighborhood CN, rural residential RR, Falls Jordan District B, FJB, major transportation corridor I-85, MTC I-85, county jurisdiction, and establishing the same as residential suburban 20 RS20 commercial neighborhood CN, rural residential, Falls Jordan District B, FJB, major transportation corridor I-85, MTC I-85, city jurisdiction.
So moved. Second.
I hear a motion from the mayor and a second from, I believe it's Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 4-3 with Council Members Caballero, Freeman, and Johnson voting no.
Thank you. Motion number 3 is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
I hear a motion from the mayor. Was that you, Councilmember? And the second from Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. That motion passes. That dispenses with item number 11. We'll now move to item number 12, Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Development Plan Revisions. And again, I'll yield to my honorable colleague, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This agenda item is a public hearing as well, and we are ready for our staff report.
Thank you. Honorable Council members, Andy Lester with the Planning Department. TC 2200002, Development Plan Revisions, is a Unified Development Ordinance text amendment initiated by planning staff that is a revision to the requirements for development plans as found in Section 3.5.7 of the UDO. The purpose of this amendment is to revise the requirements within the UDO for zoning map changes with the development plan to provide more transparency in the process to the community and governing bodies, shorten the length of the process to more closely align with neighboring jurisdictions, and make the process more accessible to local and small-scale developers. Development plans presently fall into 2 categories, graphic and text only. The current graphic development plan requirements are intended to depict commitments that exceed the ordinance in both text and graphic form. The intent of this text amendment clarifies what should be shown on a graphic development plan, only that which is exceeding ordinance requirements. The text-only development plans are currently intended to allow an applicant to commit to use limitations through written form. The primary intent of this text amendment is to allow applicants to proffer additional commitments when using a textual development plan based on community concerns and feedback, based on the feedback other jurisdictions, feedback other than just use limitations. The proffered commitments could be anything from affordable housing to additional environmental protections. Information that cannot be portrayed in text form will have to be shown in a graphic format. The draft proposal was discussed at the February 2022 and October 2022 Joint City-County Planning Committee meetings. At the October 5th, 2022 JCCPC meeting, the committee unanimously recommended staff to move forward with the UDO text amendment to the Planning Commission with only a minor edit. Staff then brought this amendment to the Durham Planning Commission's November 15th, 2022 meeting. A public hearing was held, and a discussion around the implications of the textual development plan were discussed. Staff committed to load testing the amendment and providing that information to the Planning Commission prior to the 12/13 meeting. At the December 13th, 2022 meeting, the Planning Commission meeting, the DPC recommended approval by a vote of 12-0. At the County Commissioners' January 23rd, 2023 public hearing, they recommended approval by a vote of 5-0. And as a reminder, 2 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt the ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance, incorporating revisions to Article 3, Zoning Map Change, Section 5, Development Plan. And the second is to approve the consistency statement. And staff is here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We've received our staff report. I will now declare this public hearing open. First, do we have any questions for staff from members of the council? Right, seeing no questions, we'll move to public comment. I have no cards for this item. Madam Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak online?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak on this item? This is a public hearing item. Anyone who's present is welcome to speak on the item. All right, I will now declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. Comments or questions from colleagues? All righty. In that case, our first motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance, incorporating revisions to Article 3, Zoning Map Change, Section 5, Development Plan, effective March 1st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Caballero, seconded by Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote?
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next motion is to adopt the appropriate consistency statement as required per NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Hyman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes the item, and I'm not sure who's doing 13.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. At this time, we'll yield to our honorable colleague, Councilmember Caballero, who will guide us to our last public hearing of the evening, item number 13, Consolidated Annexation, Mica Ridge.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think we're ready for the staff report. Good evening.
Honorable council members, Andy Lester again. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning has been received from Laura Holloman of McAdams for 17 parcels of land totaling 89.76 acres and located at 1251, 1305, 1367, 1417, and 1421 South Miami Boulevard, 1314, 1516, 1602, 1652, and 1802 South Mineral Springs Road, 212 Yates Road, and 102, 112, 126, 154, 234, and 305 Bill Street. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits. The applicant is proposing to annex the properties to connect to city services and facilitate the construction of up to 420 single-family detached and townhouse dwelling units. The current zoning is residential suburban 20 and commercial general. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 4.680 to allow for the construction of up to 420 single-family and townhouse dwelling units. This request, KC 21-00028, received a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission on September 13, 2022, by a vote of 11-0. Since the Planning Commission's public hearing on September 13, 2022, the applicant has proffered the following changes to the application: a one-time contribution to Durham Public Schools in the amount of $20,000, a one-time contribution to the Durham Dedicated Housing Fund in the amount of $120,000, and a minimum of 3% of income-restricted dwelling units at 80% AMI for a 30-year period. And staff would like to inform the council that the applicant has added project boundary buffers along South Mineral Springs Road and Yates Drive that are 20 feet wide with a 0.4 opacity. The properties are currently designated low, medium density residential, and commercial on the future land use map. The proposed planned development residential 4.680 zoning. It's consistent with the designated future land use of low, medium density residential, but inconsistent with the designated future land use of medium density residential and commercial. So if the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the flume to designate the property as low, medium density residential. And as a reminder, 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the third is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments before I open up the public hearing. I am going to encourage colleagues to keep their comments slimmer, maybe, than the first one. Thank you. I have a number of cards in front of me. Madam Clerk, are there any folks on the Zoom? There's one. Let's start with that Zoom caller, and then we'll move to the folks who are here in person. What is it? Sorry, and then is the applicant here? And how much time do you think you're going to need? Okay, and Madam Clerk, I apologize. Can we tell I'll start with the applicant first and then move to the person on Zoom. Thank you.
I'm not mistaken. This is the time, right?
Do you need?
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure it was unclear who was going.
I'm assuming you may not need the full 10 minutes, but you do have 10 minutes on the clock.
Gotcha. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. I'm Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street in Durham. With me tonight are Stephen Dorn, Charlie Yoakley, and Trevor Innes with Lennar. Laura Holloman and Ryan Akers with McAdams are also here, and I believe Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn is also here. I want to thank Mr. Lester for his presentation on the case. As was mentioned, the site is about 90 acres in size. If you've been able to go out to the site, I think it's kind of tricky to describe. West of the site, you have Highway 70 and a large auto salvage yard in LKQ. East of the site, across Mineral Springs, is a decidedly suburban residential area. And the acreage itself is quite rural, with only 1 or 2 houses on the whole 90 acres. The land is clearly underutilized as it is today. Now, this land has been marketed for development for well over a decade, and it's not very clear why a deal has not come together in that time. There are multiple property owners, maybe some estates, but even still, it is surprising, especially given that this site is not within the Searles Basin. So it's not like folks have been waiting for sewer capacity. Certainly, there are some upgrades to utility infrastructure required, but it's not like the Searles Basin, as I said. This development actually will be upsizing lines throughout the property to serve the development. I think it's in excess of 3,000 linear feet. So it will serve the development, but also it's upsized to serve surrounding developments so that the city can take the existing Highway 70 pump station offline and modernize its infrastructure, which is quite desirable for the city. The assemblage itself clearly is ripe for residential development. It does not have frontage on Highway 70 and has very limited frontage on Mineral Springs. So there's no real opportunity here for commercial development or even multifamily. At any rate, Lennar is a residential home builder, and what they have planned on this site is a maximum of 420 homes. at a density of 4.68 dwelling units per acre. Importantly, the project is planned with both single-family detached and townhomes, but the vast majority of the homes will be townhomes. Condition number 3 limits the site to no more than 120 single-family detached homes. So 70% or more of the units will be townhomes. The plan contemplates at least 2 different types of townhomes. So there's rear or alley-loaded townhomes as well as front-loaded townhomes. And on a site like this, it's important to have multiple amenity areas so that the distribution is more equitable. Condition number 2 requires a minimum of 3 distinct amenity areas, each at least a half acre in size. The project was required to do a TIA, and as a result, it commits to several improvements. The developer here commits to 3 different new traffic signals, if warranted, and it commits to additional improvements along Mineral Springs at key intersections. These improvements are coordinated with other improvements already planned in this area, either by other projects or by NCDOT. NCDOT has a few, I would say, sizable projects in the vicinity. One of those projects will add a turn lane on 70 to facilitate movements at Mineral Springs. Another one of those NCDOT projects is for an interchange at Miami and 70, primarily to get rid of the single multi-phase signal out there because that is currently the bottleneck. And I think you all probably are familiar with NCDOT's plans to convert Highway 70 to a freeway between Lynn Road and to a little past TW Alexander. So with all the improvements in the vicinity of this area, traffic is going to be a completely different story altogether in a few years from what it is today. And the developer here is committed an estimated cost of $2.5 million worth of road improvements in this vicinity to facilitate that. Finally, the project commits to one-time monetary contributions of, on the development plans, that's $20,000 to DPS. That number was one that the applicant came up with at the initial submittal. With the numbers in the staff report based on student generation, we would increase that number to $57,500 to DPS. And there is a one-time monetary contribution of $120,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund. But the project does more than that for affordable housing as well. Commitment number 9 requires a minimum of 3% of the total number of units to be affordable under the UDO definition for sale product. And on this project, that provides ownership opportunities for 13 families without any subsidy from the city. And Lennar is not outsourcing this, so to speak. They are committed to figuring out how to provide more affordable housing options in Durham. As you know, they are heavily invested in the city. They have been for years, and they intend to be for years to come. We're very proud of this project. We submitted in July of 2021. So it's taken a long time. It's been a long road for us to get here, and it's been an even longer road for the owners who have been marketing the site for more than 15 years. I did want also to list a few other commitments. There is really no use, seeing what people have to say and that type of thing. We understand and recognize the expectations in Durham. And so there are a few more commitments I'd like to discuss. They are in general consistent with the soil and erosion control tax amendments. So the double silt fence at the waterways, I think that's what, at the watercourse buffers, we would do that. The site also will be designed to detain the peak flow rate for the 100-year storm leaving the site as a whole, so handling the 100-year storm there. Additionally, we would also commit to using flocculants in our sediment and erosion control standards, like is suggested in the draft text amendment. And I believe the opacity and the existing buffer on the development plan is shown as 0.4 and a 20-foot buffer. We would keep that a 20-foot buffer, but we would increase that to a 0.6 opacity. And I just wanted to make those commitments here, and I can circle up with staff on that. But I thank you for your time tonight, and our team is available to answer your questions. Thank you for your time and consideration. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Are there any other folks in the audience who are proponents of the project? Any proponents? And then, Madam Clerk, are there any proponents on Zoom? Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a number of cards in front of me. I have a total of 10 folks. I think that the applicant used 7 out of the 10 minutes, so you may have some time for rebuttal. And I'm just gonna, since there's 10 folks, I'm just gonna call the first 5 to come up in a group and then the second 5. So Jacob Freeman, Laura Holloman, Tammy Sawaya, Donna Stainback, and Pam Williams. Is she she might be a proponent then? Oh, she's an applicant, thank you. Good evening. Could you state your name and address for the record? Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
So my name is Jacob Freeman. I reside at 6408 Olivia Terrace in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I'll keep my comments brief because they're going to mirror a lot of things that you're probably going to hear, but I'd like for you to hear it from me as well as a citizen who's interested in Falls Lake in particular. So, you know, again, the majority of my concerns are around the Little Lick Creek watershed in Falls Lake and the impact on traffic in the area. As a Wake County resident, someone interested in the health of Falls Lake, I'm concerned about the significant potential to further exacerbate pollution issues in the Little Lick Creek watershed with grading and significant development operations in the area of the Triassic Basin soils, which has been talked about on numerous occasions. According to the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Triassic Basin soils are characterized by having sedimentary rocks, primarily sandstone and siltstone, which are clay-rich. So this soil composition results in soil formations that do not hold or soak up water easily, a lot of runoff. Since these soils don't hold or soak up the water easily, water and anything entrained in that water runs off, resulting in significant erosion and pollution in nearby watersheds. All the runoff during and after construction will result in ongoing water quality problems in Lick Creek and ultimately into Falls Lake, which is Raleigh's drinking water supply. This will further complicate Durham City's efforts to maintain the health of Lick Creek, and some of that's been expressed in terms of the costs that have been identified for what is existing, not what is going to be added to in the future. My other concern for the development is the traffic issues it will cause. So I'm a resident of Wake County, granted, but I do regularly use Highway 98, Highway 70, Sherron Road, and Mineral Springs Road, and I'm aware of the traffic issues in that area. In my view, this project will have significant potential to make poor traffic conditions on these roads much worse. So the issue's been noted multiple times during the City-County Planning meeting on 13 September in the written comments, and I noted about 46% of the public comments in the social pinpoint community input tool. So those folks also noted similar traffic concerns in their input. So the written comments from the City-County, I would just note that one of the written comments from the City-County Planning Commission also indicated the need for a comprehensive traffic study in the area. And so for these reasons, I would be against the proposal. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Tammy Sawaya.
Thank you. Tammy Suaya, Baptist Road. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. First, I want to say I'm just like Mayor Neal. I've been here my whole life. I've seen the development. On Baptist Road, we have Falls Village. I welcome the development. I understand we've got to have this. But my concern starts when the marina looks out and takes a picture and there's money. We know about the environmental. But also, I'm concerned personally about the EMS and the fire. I think we're growing, but I worry that we're growing too fast in an area. And some of the things that I've heard that you should probably look into is that on Station 17 on Leesville Road, as I understand, Sunday night there was no manned medic truck. In fact, there hasn't been a medic truck at Station 17 for 3 weeks. And Station 8 at Grove Park has never had a medic truck. So it's just things like that that concern me. Station 18 is still not up and running. Station 19, there'll be an RTP, is still 3 to 5 years off. I hear of Station 21 that I asked, and I did for you, where is it going to be? And I still don't understand where that's going to be. So I asked, why so fast? Let's do it smartly. And then another economic thing I kind of want to bring up. I've advised with a real estate agent, and if the units are at $400,000 per price point, and we're going to build 420 units, a developer would typically have about a 10% profit margin. So that's $16.8 million. Now that's after it's been built, and 2 to 3 years after, $16.8 million. And we know that we've heard that the restoration of Little Lake Creek could cost us $22 million. So I'll just end there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sueyo. Donna Steinbeck?
Yes. Hello, I'm Donna Steinbeck at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. We're an opponent of the Mica Ridge Project Development Plan because one very big reason is the project is too large for only one phase. It's 90 acres, and that includes like clear cutting and mass grading these 90 acres. Examples that are better than this in the state of North Carolina include Charlotte, who has a maximum of 20 acres at a time, and Cary, who has a maximum of 25 acres. And the acreage being proposed in the new phase in tree preservation is less than 90 acres. This is a new project in southeast Durham with poor environmental metrics. We request that the blasting be given a 10-day notice to neighbors. Blasting is anticipated because of the topography of this area, and that was shown when she put the map of the project up earlier. And times for the blasting schedule be given to the people that are being affected, at least within 1,000 feet of the blast sites. And that we requested developer owner to be responsible for blasting notification and providing damage compensations. A lot of times that's been the blasting company, and that hasn't been working too well. In fact, it's been working poorly. And I am somewhat of an expert on that. If these blasting rules are not adhered to, I'd ask for there to be a stop work order because there's not an ordinance right now that stops it. So we need to have some promise from the developer. We requested more than the minimum metrics for this project because this is in the Triassic soil. The metrics that are throughout may differ because they are not taking into account the nature of this turbidity with the Triassic soil. Right now, the impervious soil is maxing at 70% is what the development plan stated, and that's the maximum allowed. The open space at 16%, which is the minimum allowed, and the tree preservation at 20%, which is the minimum allowed. So again, we're having minimums as far as environmental matrix.
Thank you, Ms. Steinbeck. The next person I have is Pam Williams. Good evening, Ms. Williams.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail. I lived in Durham area my entire life, except for a year in Saudi Arabia and 5 years in Birmingham. I'm opposed to this. I want everybody to understand that issues now are stemming from such a huge amount of land that's being disturbed at one time. There's over 1,000 acres in east, southeast Durham, Lick Creek, Little Lick Creek, that is under disturbance at this time and all. And that creates a lot of problems. It's never been this high before. We're requesting additional commitments from the developer to help to control the erosion during construction in this Triassic soils, which is unique to this area. We request a minimum of 30 feet with a dense 0.6 mixed vegetation along Yakes Road and Middle Springs Road. Again, 5909 Leesville Road did commit to that back in September. I don't think this development will be building a retention pond on the high side like apparently they're going to be doing on Sherron Road project, because pretty much all the land slopes away from Middle Springs. And so I hope the 30-foot buffer would not be canceled for a retention pond on the high side of land. My other concern is traffic congestion in this area. As has been noted, it is already bad out here. There is a study, U5720, that is proposed, was proposed by DOT. It is still in the TIP. However, the MPO asked it to be put on hold several years ago so they could study a boulevard. This boulevard, they had 3 public meetings back in December for this boulevard study, and there was no, or if any, very little approval or wanting to move forward with a boulevard on that project. And NCDOT has spent many years and a lot of money in developing options for improvements to US 70, and I don't understand why the MPO is spending more and delaying the design. The design had gotten to alternatives, and again, it was approved back in 2018 by the MPO to move forward with a freeway. But of course, things change and people change, and now they want a boulevard. I'm also requesting that a 30-foot with 0.6 density vegetation be provided for the properties along, for people who has properties, the single homes and everything. The development is providing a 100-foot boundary buffer along the salvage yard. Why can't they provide 30 along the properties?
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Ms. Andrews, Ms. Pam Andrews is next. And then after her, I have Ms. Tina Pearson, Thomas Freeman, and Rebecca Freeman. Good evening.
Good evening. Pamela Andrews, 6108 Wake Forest Highway. I'm going to say this, and I all due respect, this came out of a person's home. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to talk from my heart right this minute. I'm a retired teacher that's back in the classroom all the time. And I had Achilles tendon surgery when I was driving across the county. I couldn't drive. My husband had to drive me for over 8 months. And that's when I saw the condition of these creeks. It was not because it was beside my home. It was in my community. And that's when I reached out to my friends, my people I cared about, my community, and I started Preserve Rural Durham because I cared about the water. And as a science teacher, it was not normal to see tomato soup. And I have a bottle on my kitchen counter from July, and it is not settled. I'm not going to say that we're disagreeing, but mine is not settled. I can show it to you today. It has not moved one place since I put it there in July. Some basic science things I want to remind everybody of. I'm a science teacher. I'm a middle school science teacher, so I'm passionate about it. There were 3 things we taught our students you had to have: food, water, shelter. Yes, we need shelter, but we also have to have water. It is the sustaining part of our lives. We cannot live without water, folks. We have to have it. Another basic concept's the food chain. What goes in the water goes into these macroinvertebrates, goes to the next level of fish, and goes down the food chain, not just in Durham, North Carolina, but all the way to the coast of North Carolina. when you eat oysters, when you eat clams. This stuff is called biomagnification. I'm going to read the definition. The concentration of toxins in an organism as a result of it ingesting other plants or animals in which the toxins are more dispersed. That happens as these toxins are then moving down the food chain. Would I want to eat things? No. There are many fishermen on Falls Lake that catch them but won't eat them. It's not just Durham, it's all the way to our Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds that we have to be concerned. I took many kids to the Outer Banks. Many kids, never seen the water in their lives. I took them down there overnight, brave me, but I did it, and they never forgot it. But it is the Outer Banks that we have to also be concerned about. We went to the UNRBA. Tom and I spoke about 2 weeks ago to the UNRBA. We won't know if these amendments are working until we try them. These people are quoting things for the erosion control, but what about the tree preservation one that hasn't even been talked about yet? The limiting how many acres can be clear cut at a time. That one doesn't even get talked about until February the 15th. Mr. Cahill sent me that date this week. And I'll say this, 280 acres of land are under 280 projects of land are under disturbance in the county. Do you know how many inspectors we've got to go check those 280 land disturbances? 4. They hope to get there every 6 weeks.
Ms. Andrews.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Next, I have Ms. Tina Pearson. Good evening, Ms. Pearson. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Tina Motley Pearson at 2205 Olive Branch Road. So actually, you know, it's interesting, Durham is a leader in watershed protection for Lake Mica and Little River, where they get their water. Do you know how much impervious surface Durham allows in their own water supply watershed? Does anyone know? 6%. 6%, that's it. Now, this is a project that's up to 70% impervious surface in a water supply watershed. That's huge. That's mostly for commercial development, but even 24% is pretty high. Now, an interesting thing, too, when he was talking about the Falls Lake rules, I actually went to those stakeholder meetings, and Karen Sindelar was a city attorney, so you can ask her to back me up on this. But Durham, well, there's a question about legality because they used stormwater fees, potentially illegally, to actually pay Steve Levitas, who used to be a former dean or secretary, to weaken the rules, to successfully weaken the Falls Lake rules. You can check, ask her to back me up on that. So yeah, this is huge. Like 70% is it's a lot. And one of the problems is like atmospheric deposition. So we actually have nitrogen in our rain. And when you have so much impervious surface and you've taken out your topsoil and the trees and all the things that help absorb this nitrogen and phosphorus, it just goes straight to the creeks too. I mean, that's one reason why, you know, Rolling View Marina has 2 more feet of sediment. So it's all kinds of things. And Durham admits to having a lack of resources in terms of how many people can get to these sites to either write violations or make sure that people are doing it right. So how are they going to judge, like flocculants are just going to fix everything? You're just going to, you know, and then you're going to have to dredge where the flocculants have, I mean, because the sediment's going to build up in the bottom of something else, the stormwater ponds or whatever. I mean, if you just stop all the mass grading and blasting, you can still develop. I mean, there are areas that still get developed. Northern Durham still has areas that still get developed, but you're not having all the problems that the mass grading and the blasting and all that is the problem. That's the main problem. And anyway, I appreciate you listening to us. I know it's complicated. I really do know. It's unfortunate for Durham that the only place that actually where you have good soil is Northern Durham, and that's your water supply watershed. So you guys don't want to develop there. So I get it. It is so complicated. And I am sorry that you guys have to do it because they built this regional pump station, and so the developers are all chomping at the bit to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas Freeman is next. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Freeman. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Freeman. I reside at 1818 Southview Road, Durham. My brief comments in front of you tonight is a continuation of what I started earlier, where I talked again about 303D impaired waters. Did you hear me? 303D impaired waters designated by the EPA. That's a bad report card. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to go any further. I'm reading from the Little Lick Creek Local Watershed Plan. It's a public document. It's available for you. It's produced by the UNRBA, December 2006, and I'll briefly touch on a couple of these points. But before I do that, I would like to just surface again my comment going into the Little Lick Creek issue. And I outlined what your plan said it was going to cost to fix. And is it right for taxpayers moving forward to foot that bill for that damage that's already been done? Continuing on, Little Lick Creek watershed again is 20.8 square feet. It's a big plot of real estate. We talked about mass grading, but for the drive to get high density, you do not have to mass grade, and you do not expose that soil, high erodibility. We've not even talked about shrink swell capacity because we've been so concerned about it washing off the site, but it does have a high shrink swell, and anybody that knows anything about SOG slab on grade construction knows what I'm talking about. The watershed land use is written in accordance with this plan. It says that Little Lick Creek watershed is primarily a low-density neighborhood. It goes on to say, talk about impervious cover. Impervious cover is a widely accepted measure of urban development, and levels above 10% can have a significant impact on water quality, and that's footnoted in the report. And I'll close by saying, in the summary of this document, they concluded that the development density was correlated to decreased water quality in each of the models tested. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last card I have for this evening is Rebecca Freeman. No? Okay, thank you. And then, Madam Clerk, I have a Don Capps on the Zoom. If you could please make them available. Good evening, Ms. Capps. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Dawn Capps, and I live at 1502 South Mineral Springs. This information on the Mica Ridge project was voted down by the Planning Commission 11 to 0. And the same concerns that were addressed at that meeting are still concerns and problems. Right now, the traffic is horrible. It's heavily congested, the volume and the speed. I have to wait quite a bit of time to get out of my driveway. And right now, with 420 proposed dwellings, that would be, just say, 1 car per dwelling, plus they're about a half a mile from this project is one that runs from Mineral Springs to Holder Road. That's about 190 dwellings. And you just approved 120 dwellings on Sherron Road and Mockingbird Lane. And you're looking at about 800 vehicles if already on a congested road. And it's a big concern. Right now, the roads do not handle it. And I know they're talking about making improvements, but there's no timeline on those. And right now, this area just cannot handle any more traffic with these proposed developments. Also, the concern for Lick Creek, this development has 2 crossings over the stream that run into Lick Creek. And that's bound to have an impact, a very negative impact on it. And I'm opposed to this. Obviously, you can tell by what I've said, but it's just not in the plan for right now for this to work. All these individual projects need to be looked at collectively and see the impact instead of each one of them being looked at separately, because individually they may not look like they have a big impact. But when they're all put together, you see there is a big volume of impact, from the infrastructure to the water, the traffic, the fire, the rescue, the schools, everything. It's like we're just not ready for this big of a development with these other two already proposed. And I'm opposed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? I see a hand raised. You can come to the podium, and then when you're done, ma'am, could you please just fill out a yellow card for the city clerk? Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wanda Allen, and I thank for your time tonight. A lot of the things that I will be saying tonight you have already heard. I do want to remind everyone, all of us, that the decisions that we're making at this local level is having an impact on the entire state. You heard tonight that in 2015, $23 million has been funded to clean up Little Lick Creek. We, as taxpayers, are having to take that bill. You also, as a reminder, that the decisions at this local level is also having an impact on small businesses. You've already heard tonight about the marina and how it is having an impact on that small business at Falls Lake. So let's just think about it for a second. Let's think about, do we want to continue going down this road that we're on? Or do we want to take the data and the information that we have received as we've gone down this road and try to think of a new way to approach our concerns? We're at a central point, we really are. Do we continue or do we take another road? We've heard tonight, many times you guys have heard, Triassic soil is a unique soil. The streams, the lakes, they're already damaged. You've heard about the health and safety and the economic impact for Durham and as well as for the North Carolina residents. We can't take back what we damaged to the water and the land, but you can make a different choice in a different direction. We can't take back the economic impact on that small business, and a number of the small businesses along 98, people are not going there to the lake anymore. They're not stopping at the convenience stores. They're not stopping at those little grills. However, what we can do to allow us to have the housing is we can implement the tax amendments, and we can still get the housing. No one has ever said that we did not want housing. We are proud to live in an area that I consider as a melting pot. We have so many people in this area, and we're proud of it. You can also implement Durham's comprehensive plan, which addresses how you can endorse small businesses. That comprehensive plan has a section 6 that talks about how you are to endorse the small businesses. So the question is to all of us, do you continue the same course or do you take a different direction, which will lessen the pain on the environment, small business, and the taxpayers? And I always say this, you guys are more than welcome to come and see the damage that has been done. The eyes affect the heart, and the heart affects their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Okay, that is a opponent. Mr. Ghosh, by my math, you have about 20 minutes for a rebuttal if you would like to use it. As usual, I encourage you not to.
I appreciate that. I will try not to use all 20 minutes, but there are a few things that we would like to take some time to respond to. Number one being traffic. I think several people have discussed or expressed a concern about traffic and the need for a comprehensive study to be done in this area. The good news is that a comprehensive study has been done. In fact, some of the opponents have mentioned the various NCDOT projects that are being planned and funded in this area, which are based on comprehensive plans of the traffic in this area. Additionally, this project itself did its own TIA, as was required, and has committed to road improvements, which would come at an estimated cost of $2.5 million to the developer for road improvements in this area. I don't think anyone on our development team would dispute that traffic is bad in the area today. That's why we are investing to improve that situation. It's also why NCDOT is doing the same thing, regardless of this project. So yes, traffic is bad, but I think it is dishonest to say that it hasn't been looked at and isn't being addressed. It absolutely is. I do want to address the small business. I mean, I am not of the means to be a patron of a marina, but you know, if to the extent that development is causing issues at a small business, I think that's unfortunate. I'm not certain that this development is doing that. This development, again, is not in the Searles Basin. I don't know where this marina is or where its patrons live, but it's, you know, I'm not aware of a marina near this development. There's been a request for slow growth. I've heard that. I think everyone can have their own opinion about what that means. I will just say this plan was submitted in 2021. It's a little slow for us, if you're asking me. The impervious area, I think you all are aware that under the UDO, there are essentially two levels of impervious. There's the low density, or 24%, and the high density, or 70%. And this development plan has picked the high density. Because it's above 24%, we're nowhere near 70%. And in fact, we'd be willing to commit that the impervious on this site would be no more than 45%. Lennar is well aware of the issues in Durham. They've been here a long time. They're not trying to max out everything and cause all and exacerbate issues in Durham. They are a good steward of land. They are a good developer. They're a good neighbor in Durham. I believe Ms. Williams requested some 30-foot buffers along properties, and I'm not sure which properties those are. But I will tell you that there are some properties that are in between us, or this development, and Mineral Springs that have been bought by a developer, not Lennar, that is looking to develop those parcels. They have not at all requested, no one in the area has requested a 100-foot buffer that I'm aware of, except for LKQ, which we did provide that buffer. I think it was mentioned that, you know, developers, or maybe me specifically, have only referred to the sedimentation and erosion control text amendments that are on the table and not the tree preservation one. There's one reason in particular why we haven't addressed the tree preservation text amendment. My understanding is that the planning department is redrafting that, and maybe as situated is not really going to be what's in front of the council. That's my understanding. Now, that having been said, we actually did evaluate this site based on the draft that people have seen. And it has quite an impact on this site. I believe based on the way the site lays out, it would need to find a little less than 6 acres more of tree preservation, which ultimately means 6 acres of the most available area would have to be preserved, which comes at a loss of nearly 50 units, something like that, under the current draft. But I don't want to go there because my understanding is that the planning department is rewriting that draft anyway. So I'm not sure how useful that information is. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to take this matter back before council. And if any of my colleagues have any comments or questions.
I have a question for
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. And I'm not going to be before you long because yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm not going to be before these questions long because it's late. So I just want some clarity on, it's 420 homes, am I correct?
That's right.
Right, at a 3% affordable housing that you're offering?
Yeah, so a minimum of 3% of the final units would be affordable. Yeah.
So like 13 units?
Yeah, there would be opportunities for 13 families for, ownership opportunities.
Okay. So again, as I said a couple of weeks ago, I look at every individual case.
Yep.
And so for me, again, I'm really big on trying to figure out what's going on out there with the water and all this. So I won't be voting for this particular. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero. Mr. Ghosh, I want some clarity as to, in reading some of the Planning Commission comments, the impression I'm getting is that some of the comments say that there's just single detached homes. Some say single and townhomes. Was there any evolution in this proposal? Did it ever just start off as single detached homes and then evolve?
At the Planning Commission, the proposal was for a maximum of 420 units, no more than 120 of which would be single-family detached. There was inclusion at the time of the Planning Commission for rear-loaded townhomes and for front-loaded townhomes. That portion of this project has not changed.
Was there any consideration to do townhomes, single homes, and an apartment complex?
No.
Tell us why. I mean, and I know you talked about not maxing density out, but I'm asking because, a common motif in some of these comments is, mixed housing types. We've got 2 of them, so I'm not sure if they were talking about quads or duplexes or apartment. Could you just tell us the thinking into the mix? The thinking that went into the mix on the property? It's a pretty big piece of property.
Sure. So on the multifamily side, the reason that this site didn't really, it would be useful if the development plan could be brought up, but there is essentially, so multifamily locates a lot like commercial in that what they want is high visibility, a lot of pass-by traffic. So Mineral Springs Road, not necessarily the major thoroughfare in this area. It's obviously Highway 70. And this assemblage in particular has only very limited frontage on Mineral Springs that is developable in a contiguous manner because of a stream over there. So there's really only a small section where anything other than, I would say, like a townhome or a single-family detached would be, visible from the roadway, from the major roadway. And that section is quite small and wasn't really viable in Lennar's estimation for multifamily.
Okay. Thank you. To the opponents, Ms. Andrews, may I ask you a question? Good evening, and thank you for hanging in there with us. Yes, ma'am. You gestured to me and waved a bottle of water and said this is from someone's home. Is that person here?
Yes.
Would they care to identify themselves? Would you mind?
Pam Williams.
Right. Thank you. So the water was waved at me and gestured to me and said this came from someone's home. This came from what's in the bottle? What?
It's water from my sink, my kitchen sink, and that was taken December 1st, and we brought it to a public hearing here at the council back in December also. And a clear, yeah.
Do you have testing results of it?
No.
So what was I supposed to do?
You know how much that cost?
No. But it
Several $100s, more than three.
I believe you. I believe you. So absent the testing, what was I supposed to deduce from that?
Well, I mean, you were asking for water from somebody's sink instead
Tested
of
water.
from, yeah, but one time you asked from somebody's sink, were they getting turbidity in their sink water or drinking water inside the house? And so, you know, that's why we brought it and everything. No, I have not had mine tested, but some neighbors have in the community.
Are there any of them here?
They're not here tonight. Most of them are elderly.
There are some that have been tested, and I do have results, but I would have to ask their permission to release them. And there are some residents who have had theirs tested. They've been sent off, partly used thermal systems, and then part of that water is then sent to the state, and those water tests are not back. So they have tried to get you numbers that we could bring before you. One was privately tested, that is back, but again, I would have to get permission for them to release that to you. Another elderly couple had water tested in 2020. It was then repeated a couple weeks ago. They're the ones whose well was blown up and no responsibility was taken for it. I have their 2020 results, and I have their end of 2022, right before Christmas, results again. So there are
The
people.
results of their testing?
I do, but I would have to get permission from them to release it to you. But I do have copies of it, yes, I do.
So just so I'm clear, because that's a pretty dramatic gesture.
It is very.
To do something from the appearance of the water?
No, I'm just saying, you had mentioned earlier, we were sitting right there about wanting to see water again from the home, and this was water that Pam had brought, and we've had it in my book bag for the last 2 months, and so we said, well, we can pull the one out that we had from December the 1st. She labeled it, she sealed it up, and it's been in my book bag to bring back and forth if we should need to show it. But, you know, we do have water tests, and there are other residents who are feeling more and more the need and contact me regularly asking how they could go about testing their well water. There are a number of residents, particularly with some new developments that are dynamite blasting very, very close to a property line. I showed you the lady's small cabin where they're blasting right beside. Those neighbors asked for a pre-inspection. They were denied. They were not within the 600 feet, so they were denied a pre-inspection, but they are already concerned about damage to their well and have now sought private testing.
Thank you. Finally, when those, I'm sure you will share those, because that seems highly relevant and material when those tests.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to, one particular lady that went through, like I said, Durham County, where part of it's tested through Durham County, and then part of it gets sent to the state. I check with her regularly. She's still waiting for her results to come back and does not have them yet. But another home within a baseball throw did a different private testing, and there are results back already.
I'd like to work with you folks to perhaps approach our colleagues at the county.
I know this seems like we're very antagonistic, and we really are not.
No, I'm not.
I'm from the bottom of my heart. I love this town. Born and raised here my entire life. My husband, his entire life. And, my family roots run very deep. As Mayor O'Neill said, hers run very deep. And, we're just asking for there to be some kind, we come week after week, and it's actually been a full year. It's been a full year. We started in January last year, and we had our first meeting at a Ruleton Club almost exactly a year ago today. And we have been on this mission. I live it, I sleep it, I breathe it. My phone rings from the morning time I get up to the time I go to bed. There are people back there blowing me up now wanting to talk to me. And we just want some resolution. We want some answers. We're not here to argue against this. We have development that's come out our way. Look at Carolina Arbors. We never came down here. Look at Fendel Farms. We didn't come down here. It's only when the creek started looking so blood red that it raised attention. And we're just asking for there to be something. If these amendments will fix it, praise God, and we all move on. We just need some kind of resolution so that we all feel like we are not drinking polluted water.
Absolutely. And I was going to say that I do not in any sense, feel antagonized or sense antagonism. I think the last meeting I said that we ought all have some humility and be careful. I don't, nobody up here is in the pocket of developers or jumping up and down for developers. And I'm not accusing you folk of being antagonistic. I believe you. We're on a mission too. I'm on a mission to govern and help manage with my colleagues a growing city. And there are no easy issues.
It's not.
There are no easy answers to this. What I was going to say is I'd like to, with y'all's permission, perhaps help in approaching our colleagues at county to see if they've got some money where we can expedite the testing.
I mean, like
somebody, let me finish. Somebody said it's hundreds of dollars. If we have residents and citizens, we don't expect you to buy fire trucks. We don't expect you to buy police cars by yourself. If there are citizens that are in peril, whose health is demonstrably threatened, then it's incumbent upon your government. You shouldn't have to spend hundreds of dollars to have it tested. That crosses the threshold of government intervention. So I'd like to work with you to approach our colleagues. We have relationships. It's very collegial. It's not antagonistic. To go and to test that. We can start with that bottle that you showed me, and see what's going on in our residents' homes. I'm not going to vote to poison people.
No, I wouldn't think that, and I don't want it to ever be, because the first thing I learned from the Nygaard family is we're not to be NIMBYs, not in my backyard. And I don't want it to come across that, because when I got involved, I was watching houses that were 2 or 3 miles away from me of that creek, but it runs the back side of my property. But I got involved for my concern for them. And I have stood up here week after week after week for concern for my friends in my community. It's not about me.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. My offer stands.
Thank you. Real quick, colleagues, we're after 11 already, and we need to either take a break or be able to wrap up quickly, but our closed captioners have been at it for over 2 hours, so we'll take a break. We're going to keep it at, we're keeping it at 7 minutes. Keep y'all tight. Go to the bathroom, be quick. Let's keep going. Thank you.
What are you going to do? Cravings. Yeah. It's just like you just never feel full. And it's like all the other while, like any other part of the week, I'm like, oh, my veggies, my this, my that. It's like today I'm just like, feed me, feed me. I can't eat those vegetables. I don't like those vegetables. No, I didn't like. I picked
Tell us what a social district is.
So it's a initiative that was started by the General Assembly. It was passed back in 2021, and it allows for cities to create districts where people can take cocktails, wine, beer, and leave an establishment and walk around within that district enjoying that beverage. And then based on the involvement of other businesses, they can take that alcoholic beverage into another store, into another restaurant, and it's just a way to get people moving about downtown.
I was gonna ask, what are you hearing businesses say?
People being out and about that are in a positive mood and like happy, I think is good for public safety. I want people walking around downtown Durham. I want, the community involved with each other. I want people meeting each other, and making connections and really being a part of the community as opposed to just coming into a business and exiting downtown.
Are you 50 or better? Registration is now open for the 2023 Durham Senior Games and Silver Arts. The Olympic-style program is geared toward creating a year-round approach to health and wellness for participants who are 50 years old and better through sports, arts, and social activities. It will take place between April 17th and May 4th. Participants will compete in a wide range of events, including basketball shooting, croquet, swimming, table tennis, shuffleboard, pickleball, and heritage and visual arts. Registration is open through March 10th with a fee of $15 for city residents and $19 for non-city residents. Participants must be Durham County residents for a minimum of 3 consecutive months of the year. For more information, visit dprplaymore.org/328 and follow DPR on social media.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start back up. I think it was Councilmember Williams and then Councilmember Holsey-Hyman.
Yeah, we ready?
I'm going to do my teacher clap here in a minute, y'all.
Hello, I think we're coming back to order.
Clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice.
Here's the gavel.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. I think you were up next, and then I think it's Councilmember Holsey-Hyman. I'm going to go mask free.
I think something else is happening is I lose my thought after a break. Councilmember Hyman, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I just want to call Pamela Anderson back up for.
Anderson?
Excuse me. I'm tired. I know her name. Andrews. Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted you to speak to some of the things that we were speaking about and trying to get done.
That's correct. And I, in all fairness, need to give you lots of kudos because she reached out to me. I'll never forget exactly where I was. I was Christmas shopping, and I was in the Best Buy parking lot when Ms. Hyman called me. And she suggested to me that we have this bridge with some of the city council and some of the county commissioners, and we have worked on that. And I want to praise you for that, Ms. Hyman. She has worked with Wendy Jacobs. Wendy Jacobs said she would spearhead it. We had to find out how many could come from the city council side, how many could come from the county commissioner side, so we didn't break any of the quorum rules or other things that you guys have to follow. And Wendy Jacobs has agreed to spearhead that and to get the meeting set up. And so Ms. Hyman started that. She called me because she, bless her heart, felt like she was a little bit, her daughter called her out on something she said to me, and but she did not come across that anyway. But anyway, and we did talk for a while in the parking lot when I was standing at Best Buy before Christmas. And thank you for wanting to coordinate that. We've been trying to iron out a date, but she and I think 2 or 3 from this council could be there, and then I think 2 from the county commissioners could be there for us to try to work together and resolve some of these issues. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. I just wanted.
Okay. I apologize that I didn't think of that earlier. I truly apologize, but I want to give you credit where credit's due.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero. So I'm going to be supporting this case. I just have a couple of comments. It's kind of late, so I won't speak for too long. I feel like y'all have been here enough times. We're at the point now where we're having the same conversation over and over about every development in the regions that y'all care about, which is fine. You say the same things, I say the same things. I don't want to say the same things tonight. Here's what I'm thinking about. Y'all have given me no actual hard evidence that this creek is being harmed by development activity. We don't have test results, right? We don't have water quality monitoring. What we have is your assertion that this is the truth. I would like more than that. I'm going to need more than that in order to base zoning decisions on that. And if you had evidence of that, like if you had hard evidence, you've been here enough times that I believe if you had the evidence, you would have given it to us. So this is an invitation for y'all to produce more than your say-so, right? More than you believe this is happening. And even if we had evidence that the creek was being harmed by development, in order for me to vote against these cases for environmental reasons, I would have to believe that it was more harmful to build here than it is to build other places in the city. Because everywhere in the city that we build, we have runoff, we have impervious surface, and we are not in a place in Durham right now where we can afford to halt development activity. So the question isn't if, the question is where. So again, this is an invitation for y'all to provide more evidence than just you believe it's happening that I can take into account when making a decision, because right now I really don't have that. And it's really exhausting, honestly, for the same arguments to come up over and over again without any actual evidence to back them up. So please, give me test results, right? You know, what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton was asking for, some actual hard evidence that is meaningful, that is more meaningful than, you know, just we think this is happening, right? Because I can't judge that, especially when I have staff telling me different things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, I didn't know if you were ready now.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick as well. You know, each of us as council members, we have our respective votes for our respective reasons. I will be supporting this case as well, which I usually don't project, but I want to state something that's happening on the record, and this is with no disrespect to anyone, but we have about 9 or 10 county residents that come to every meeting, and I think that you all are helping us get better by scrutinizing this process. But I also want to point out a few things. Where is everyone else? If this issue is that bad, where is everyone else? 2, what are we requesting of the county, of our county colleagues? 3, I think that to you all's concern, and I share this, there does need to be more clarity around who's responsible for what. Because this stuff is really complicated. Because when I talk to staff, they're saying something very different than what I'm hearing. And there's one group of people where we actually pay to do this stuff for us, where you know, city residents actually pay for us to have these professionals put in place. Now, council members are going to believe who they want to believe, and that's going to inform their vote. I try to be as objective as possible. But I do want to bring this out also, that traffic is a consistent concern amongst what I'm hearing tonight and what I'm seeing in the Planning Commission comments. But a lot of times, the Planning Commission members are voting no. You are encouraging us to vote no, but they're for two different reasons. Planning Commission is wanting us to do more of what you don't want of. And to this case specifically, this is not even in the Searles Basin, but it is the same argument for every single thing. And this argument around slow down building, and we don't control the demand. People are going to come in this city and they're going to go somewhere, whether we like it or not. You know that South Bank building that's coming down there, there's going to be another high rise where people say, oh, we don't need any more luxury tall tower apartments. We don't control that. So on the 40 acres that some of y'all live on, or however many it is, somebody can either live on that land and it's going to be a single family home with a big old yard. That doesn't help our climate. That doesn't help our situation. Doesn't make it better. Or we can actually continue to improve the process, which we're doing. And I appreciate some of the developers that are coming in and offering more than what's required. But people are going to live somewhere. And we don't control that. We mitigate it. And we're trying to mitigate this process as best as possible. But it's the same people. I think there's benefit to it. But our outcome is the fact that there are a lot of folks moving to this area. And to be more specific, South Asians making well over 6 figures are the fastest growing demographic, and they are going to go somewhere. And we can take 450 units and put on one city block and go up, or we can take each of them and put them in a single family home and spread them out like many of you live. And that contributes to the issue again. Where's everybody else? City residents, where are you? This issue is so bad. So we have a lot of complex issues here. When I talk to staff, the professionals that we're paying to lead us through this, that should inform you how many of us are voting. But each of us can only speak for one person. That's each of us ourselves. So I will be supporting this, and those are the reasons why, until I'm convinced otherwise.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor, I wasn't sure if you had anything because I'm just moving down the line. I didn't know if you had any comments because I'm just kind of moving down the line at this point. No, okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you spoke. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I did want to track back because I think Pam was going to offer a response, and I do want to hear that.
Okay. Thank you for letting me do this very quickly. Samantha Kropp has been taking all these scientific numbers, and I have come to meetings with numbers and shared them, with E. coli numbers, turbidity numbers. I understand she went and met with Ryan Eves and Jonathan McNeil a few weeks ago, and they have agreed to use her numbers, her data. So that has been agreed to be used, and they would work together. I wasn't in the meeting, but that was what was given to me. I know that she has been back over there and met, I think, with Sarah at times and some other people over there, but she is the person who is collecting the data, who met with Mayor O'Neill today, and I think talked with Deidreana today. They're not Pam Andrews' numbers. I'm a retired science teacher. These are people that are professionals. They have the numbers, and she has met with them because you had brought that out before. We need to get these people to work together, Commissioner Williams, and she has done that. She met with Ryan Eves and Jonathan McNeil. I don't remember the exact date. It was a few weeks ago, and they have agreed to accept her numbers because they were checking in different parts of the creek that had not been impacted yet, and they agreed to then go to the spots that she has targeted based on the location of developments, and they are now sharing data together. That's all I want to say. So it is, you have a question for me or just a question?
No, I look forward to it.
Yeah, I have a question for you. What is it about building homes that puts E. coli in the water? How is that, what do you think that connects?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
You're talking about E. coli in the water.
Yes.
What about home construction increases the level of E. coli in the water?
Right. I mean, I understand that that could come from septic tanks. It could come from blasting out here.
They're not building septic tanks. Blasting doesn't cause E. coli contamination. Like, the linkages that you're making do not always make sense, and that's my concern.
Okay, that's fine. Well, again, I can have Samantha, because I don't collect the data. I don't go on the spots. I have been with them in the beginning when they were trying to figure out locations, but they have the spots. That is not my scientific background. I just share the numbers.
I don't disagree that the creek is impaired. I disagree that you can connect increased impairment to increased development activity in this region right now.
Okay.
And that is what you are arguing to us. The creek has been impaired since jump. We all know that, we agree. You have to show me that this development activity is causing the creek to be more impaired and that it's worse here than it would be anywhere else in the city, and y'all have not done that.
Their numbers, if you watch, because it's been documented for months, and you can see the increase. And also the locations where they're taken, because they're taken upstream where there was no development, in several parts within where there is development, and then downstream there was no development. There are strategically targeted areas that she samples. And again, that would be something I'm sure she would be glad to come and share with you, because I don't go out there. This is not me taking them. I just can tell you the numbers that she shares with me. But she is the expert that has those information, and she did meet with Mayor O'Neill today and Adriana.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
I do want to just circle us up on this and say that I appreciate that some may not have the information that they're looking for. And of course, your votes are going to align with your information and the facts that you can line up. And it makes perfect sense. But I want to make sure, I want to just center this, that when a community starts to highlight an issue, it often takes time, and it also takes pressure for the entities like local, county, state, and federal folks to get involved. And I want to say that this work that they've been doing for the last year is what's doing that. It costs to get the test done. It costs to bring that type of data, because you do want experts to give you facts. Who's paying for that? They cannot afford to pay for that. So it's incumbent upon us, whether as a council we want to cover that cost or not. But the county's moving on this. The county has come up with the amendment that we're hoping will pass. And this is why we keep bringing it forward to developers that come up to see if they'll proffer to accept what we know is a solution that could work. And again, we'll see if it will, because there's no guarantee. But I just want to make sure we're understanding, like, these folks are just residents in the community who noticed an issue, and they're trying to share with us as a council that there's an issue. I know it feels antagonistic, and I know it feels like you have to defend your vote, but it is really just making sure that we all understand, or we are hearing the concerns, so that we can get to the point where there are funds available to actually get the expert information that you're looking for. I continuously just keep appreciating the time and effort that you're putting into this, because I know as a resident with 3 children working full-time, serving on this council, that without your metrics, without your water samples, without your constant attendance in these meetings, it's not possible for me as a council member to cover as much as you've covered in 1 year. And so we've sped up, and I think we'll probably prevent a lot of harm that would have come at the expense of residents all across this state, all across this, as you just shared, just on water. And then also on the side of county residents, acknowledging that if we can mitigate stream restoration before it happens, I mean, I don't think there's a test that gives you an answer for that, but if you can mitigate it before it happens, then what is that? I mean, that part is a hard part to explain. But I do know that with the Neuse River Keeper involved, And with Dina doing the testing, which I know they did do, we're moving in the right direction. The conversation is circling into our JCCPC meetings, finally. And it is also, I'm glad that Mayor Pro Tem has just offered his time as well. So there'll be 3 of us all pushing in this direction to make sure that we have the conversation with the county. And I think we're getting to that point. We're just not there yet. And I hear you. I just want to make sure my colleagues hear me say, it's not us against you or me against you. It's really just trying to figure out what's the best way to get the coverage we need, because we don't have the funds. I was looking at the city manager, I felt like we had already been covering testing, but she said, no, we can't afford to do that. Not well testing. Look, you see her face, but it was a request to assist. Okay. But I just want to say that we're getting to that point where we'll address it. And I think that we're landing in a good space. It's not a fight. It's really just how best do we navigate to get to the point where we actually have the resources to test the water and make sure people are safe.
Thank you, Councilmember.
The mayor just pinched me, so.
Thank you.
Yes, it is now 11:31.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. I will be very brief. Thank you for all the council comments. This has been, as some of the residents have said, this has been a year. We have some amendments coming forward. There may be some revisions based on some of the conversation that was had tonight. And I do want to, I said it before, we are trying to get density with environmental concerns. And that is the path that we have to chart. We're not doing single-family, large single-family communities if we can prevent it. And I've had some, as the residents have been talking about water, what I talk about is land use. How can we most effectively, I ask these developers, asked them tonight, how am I going to get, because I look at my planning commissioner comments and I see, well, we need more variety on here. And I only see 3 types, right? The rear loaded, the regular townhome, and the single family. And I've had very long conversations on the financial implications on trying to build duplexes and triplexes. It gets into our code at the state level. There's a massive amount of barriers. I specifically asked this builder, Lennar, to come back with some kind of prototype because they can take the financial hit if it doesn't sell well, which isn't the case for some of our smaller local builders who are only developing at the most a few units at a time. So these are conversations we're having as council members. I want as much density on land as possible that also takes into consideration the environment that is. But we are not going to be developing, I've said it before, I grew up in Charlotte. I was on well water. I remember when we got forcefully annexed by the city of Charlotte because I was in the county. And I grew up with this kind of development. I grew up in the suburbs. I watched all the farmland go away. And if you go to the part of the county that I grew up in, Mecklenburg County, there's no farms left. There's no large single-family homes on 40 acres anymore. And there's a lot more infrastructure. And guess what? Charlotte has light rail. They have density. They are a city. And that is what's going to happen in Durham. And I would rather us not be Mecklenburg County that's spread into Cabarrus County and everywhere else. I'd rather it be tight and well done. So every developer that comes in here, we're going to push for density. And I understand, and they can tell you, I understand that that frightens residents, but we have to figure this out because in Person County and in Granville County, that's like the Wild West of zoning. There are no rules. So if we don't get it right here, we are pushing into our neighbors' territory. We are actually causing harm for them because they don't have any rules around, or very little rules around the stormwater and the soil and the erosion, all the things that y'all mentioned here. We do actually impact our neighbors, and we'll impact them negatively if we don't figure out how to do it well here. So I will be voting for this, and I will be pushing on every developer that comes in the door for a better project, and we're getting better and better and better. It's been 4 years, 5 years, but it is getting better, and I understand it's frustrating. And for residents, these text amendments around erosion and all the soil and tree save, that was fast. Government moves slow. It's extremely frustrating. We do it every day. We're just as frustrated as you are. But the fact that it moved this quickly in the middle of the comp plan and other things that our planning staff were doing, that means a lot of time was dedicated to this. Thank you. I'm going to take a motion now. The first motion that I is to adopt an ordinance annexing Mica Ridge into the city of Durham effective March 31st, 2023, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Lennar Carolinas LLC.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Could you please close the vote?
The motion passes 4-3 with Mayor O'Neill and Council members Freeman and Holsey-Hyman voting no.
Thank you. The second motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban -20, RS20, and commercial general CG, Falls/Jordan District B, F/JB, county jurisdiction, establishing the same as planned development residential -4.680, PDR 4.680, Falls Jordan District B, F/JB, city jurisdiction. Can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Second.
Councilmember, moved by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Could you please close the vote?
The motion passes 4-3 with Mayor O'Neill, Councilmember Freeman, and Councilmember Holsey-Hyman voting no.
Thank you. And the last motion is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
The motion's from the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Williams. Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote? Could you please close the vote?
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Holsey-Hyman voting no.
Thank you. That's the end of this. Madam Mayor, I pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Cavier, and I thank all of my colleagues tonight for a lively discussion. We thank everybody who joined us and who is still with us at this late hour. Are there any other matters that will come before this council this evening? Hearing none, we stand adjourned at 11:38 on February 6, 2023. Boa City Strong.